else. I'm calling her your name. Yes, messed up. Cause I'm thinking about you.
Cardio time.
It's your fault, babe. I never wanted us to break up. No, not this way. But you don't understand it, girl. When she touches me, I'm wishing that they were your hands. And when I'm with her, it's only about the sex. With you, I had a bad romance. And if I could just trade her in, I would. Cause nobody could pass me up. No, yeah. I think I better let her go. I can't leave you alone. Baby, now that I'm with her, all I want is you. Wanna leave, but I'm afraid. You don't even feel the same. Now I realize that she ain't you.
Come on, y'all.
She ain't, no, she ain't. I've been sleeping out for quite some nights now.
Hey, come on, y'all.
It's not the same in my bed. But if she found out what's going on in my head, it'll be alright. Have me right back. But you don't understand it, girl.
Come on, y'all.
She touches me. I'm wishing that they were your hands. And when I'm with her, it's only about the sex. With you, I had a bad romance. And if I could, just trade her in, I would. Cause nobody could pass it up. No, yeah. I think I better let her go. I can't leave you alone. Baby, now that I'm with her, all I want is you. Wanna leave, but I'm afraid. You don't even feel the same. And now I realize that she ain't you.
Put your hands up. Hey, 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 hey. Go, Chris.
She ain't, no, she ain't you.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening? Happy Father's Day. And to your mothers that had to play the role as the fathers, happy Father's Day to you too. How about that? What y'all doing? So, I really didn't want none. I just really wanted to do a recap. I want to try to understand the psyche of some of these people that are dominating the news cycles. Like, what is going on? For me, it's a lot of this is strange, and the only way the other part isn't strange is because I've heard about it. Some of this stuff, like, I don't know. I'm reaching out. Mm, yeah. Trying to find that song. What the girl name that played here we go. Demetria McKinney. Oh, I got two more. Y'all get y'all cardio. We're gonna get our little cardio. Wound down. Listen to this.
Hey, Orange Park and surrounding areas, are you dealing with headaches, migraines, neck pain, lower back pain?
This is one of them Chicago stepping songs. Hey. Hey. Everybody's talking about you and her together. Could you do that to me? And everybody's talking about all the wonderful things you do with her, like you used to with me. Can't you tell by the look on my face? I thought you would. Now I can hardly remember why we ever started, but hey. I'll never get over you. Please kill me. I'll never get over you. I can't be with the one you truly know. Do the just everybody's talking about you and her together. How could you do that to me? And everybody's talking, everybody's going all about what you just do to me. Hey. I can tell by the look on your face. You really like her that way. And now I'm trying to do my mind. It's like crying, but I can tell. That your love, you really love me. All that I'll never get over. Look, Tony. It's killing me. I'll never get over. And all that I did. I'm gonna stop listening to this song. Gotta get the cardio. We old. You can't be with the one you love. It's okay. 'Cause if you can't be with the one you really truly love, do what you say. Happy Father's Day. Kill me, kill me. All right, I got one more. The one I was really looking for. It came across my screen. Am I logged in the right shit?
Taylor Brands is recommended by Forbes Advisor as one of the best LLC services. Go to Taylor's site and you can.
Yeah, now this is a message music song right here. She is telling you, baby. Message music. Every man wants some. Even some of these females, let me give you details. These red bottoms turn heads when I walk them. Best come correct that I ain't for you. I took my time on this makeup. I work real hard for this paper, so I know my worth. Boy, you gotta put me first. I ain't no stuck-up chick. I ain't picky, I just want what's best for me. I can't let nobody get the best of me. Part-time love ain't my destiny. No, I ain't no stuck-up chick. I ain't picky, I just want what's best for me. I can't let nobody get the best of me, unless they want the best for me, baby. You and I, we can be together, we can ride or die. It just ain't that easy, that easy. Wanna be my number one? We can be together, we can fall in love. It just ain't that easy, that easy. Nowadays it's so hard to find real love. If you find somebody true, you better keep 'em. Hold on tight, don't let go. Especially if they special. It ain't about how you flex, always about the sex. If you can keep it 100, then boy, you keep my respect. I'll cook for you, clean for you, anything you need for you. Button down, starch need for you. I ain't no stuck-up chick, I ain't picky, I just want what's best for me. I can't let nobody get the best of me. Part-time love ain't my destiny. I ain't no stuck-up chick, I ain't picky, I just want what's best for me. I can't let nobody get the best of me, unless they want the best for me. Oh, baby, you and I, we can be together, we can ride or die. It just ain't that easy, ain't that easy. Wanna be my number one? We can be together, we can fall in love. It just ain't that easy. It ain't that easy. I love me cigar, set it off in the car. It's a moving violation, sirens and alarm. Strum it like a guitar. Did I take it too far? Just wanted to show the type of things I do for the boy. I ain't a stuck-up chick, I ain't picky, I just want what's best for me. I can't let nobody get the best of me. Part-time love ain't my destiny. I ain't no stuck-up chick, I ain't picky, I just want what's best for me. I can't let nobody get the best of me. Part-time love ain't my destiny. You and I, we can be together, it just ain't that easy. It wanna be my number one. We can be together, we can fall in love. It just ain't that easy. That easy. You can be my number one. It ain't, it ain't, it ain't, it ain't. Y'all, it ain't that easy, honey. And that is a perfect segue into what are in the minds of some of these women that signed up to be on that Puff Daddy stuff. Like, that is crazy, right? That's crazy, right? So I don't know how you guys are about y'all, how y'all do y'all sex thing or whatever. But I told you, we're not in no relationship. You ain't getting this ass. They put it like that. But after, I think I shared with you guys, attorney, what's her name, Simone, a little light skinned girl, how she be cutting up. Child. She say the F word when talking about effing and all. So hey, it is what it is. But listen, this is some weird stuff, right? Some weird stuff. I'm just trying to understand what is the God, I don't know what to call it. Like, I know as women, right? Can't speak for men, but as women, I know that we will sacrifice in that area when it comes to having sex. A lot of times we don't feel like it, but we go on and sacrifice because that's what, you know, you know, either we were taught that or we think that is what a good partner should do, something along that line, right? Some kind of excuse that we give ourselves in order to sacrifice and try to please the partner. But I mean, with that Diddy stuff, that's just too much. All that stuff, and like, and what kind of person need all of that? I don't know why men need all of that. And we haven't heard anything about drugs in the back, baby oil and all this stuff that was going on. It's just that he wanted to see the people like glycerin and shine or whatever that's going on. I don't know, sliding all across the damn room and shit. I don't know what's going on. I told you my strangest encounter. You know, when that boy asked me to step on his thing. Now that was enough for me. It wasn't gonna go beyond that. But I told you the only reason why I did it is because the only reason why I did it is because, you know, well, I mean, I liked him, and I reckon, you know, this ain't gonna hurt me. He's dying up with the penis. This gonna hurt him. This ain't gonna hurt me. So yeah, I'll go and step on it. You know, and I mean, but how I felt afterward, I didn't feel bad about myself. I just felt like, am I strange now? Like I'm stepping on people's penis and stuff like that. I mean, now y'all can call me the penis stepper because I step on your penis. If one of y'all asks me to step on your penis, I'll step on it. I mean, it ain't gonna hurt me. It's gonna hurt you. I think I know how to do it right now. Yeah, you step on your penis. That's what you want. Hey, Derek. Derek, happy Father's Day, if that applies. Well, we in here talking about penis stepping. Derek, why you went in blue? Why you in one of the blue people? Hold on. There you go. Yeah, you know, it's just crazy. But it stayed on my mind, right? Because what I do. And he told me don't tell nobody. But I had to hot mouth because I had to figure out. I told you, don't be around people that would be having sex conversations and stuff like that, whatever. Hell, if I had y'all around back in the day, baby, I'm all ready to go. I could have been the whoa, whoa, whoa. You hear me? Okay? I could have been calling y'all. Y'all been my lifeline. Hey, where should I tie this nigga up at? Time where? Now should I tie him by the thighs or I'm trying to turn him out. I'm trying to drive him crazy. Yeah, but so I didn't know if that was something, new in sex or whatever. So when I got around the guys, I knew not to ask the girls. When I got around the guys, I was like, hey, you know, is this something y'all want people to do now? Step on your penis? And they were like, hell no. And I told y'all, this was at the end of me and Mr. Walker's marriage. And I had just having a conversation with him on the couch. And I was like, hey, you know, you ever want a woman to step on your penis? He said, let me tell you something. I don't know who you been out there with, but you can go back out there with it. Because I don't want no. But he was going off. I laughed, I laughed, I laughed. So, listen. And I know, and I don't know, and is this something that Diddy done seen on them porns? I don't watch porns like that, so I don't know what the hell is going on. I didn't see I haven't seen no fetish porn or nothing like that. I don't watch that. But don't get me the line. But yeah, so we're gonna do a recap. Let me see what days. Okay, it's 15. So let's see. Mm. Now I got a request with some Audra, honey. You wanna be my number one? Hey, yeah. Hey, daddy, daddy, daddy. I knew something was wrong. One second, y'all. You know what I don't understand, and well, you think Teflon Don gonna pardon Diddy? He might, he might. But you know what, y'all, what I don't understand, and it just make me believe that you guys just want to think about the law the way you want to think about it. And that's fine. But it also tells me that you don't want to get down to a solution. You don't want to, that's not even in your solution is not even set up in your situation. You understand what I'm saying? Hold on. I'm a solution oriented person. Hold on. I knew something was wrong. I've been around enough to know that you sometimes go wrong. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm updating something. Okay. All right. So I am a solution oriented type person, right? Which means it's that if there is a problem, I'm looking for a solution. That's clear cut. That's as simple as it gets. In my opinion, it's fact, to be honest. You cannot achieve a solution if you are still pursuing something that's false or you using false properties in order to arrive at a solution, a real solution. What I'm saying, if I know that the law says this, that's what we have to go by. You can have your personal opinion about the law, everyone does. But if you're talking about having something done, or if you're talking about proving that an injustice was done, or what have you, you're going to have to base it and take it from the law as it is statutorily written. Once that statutory law is um, I lost my train of thought. Once that statutory law is asked, you know, an attorney will ask, hey, can you look at this and infer from it what you think it means, or where my client can receive justice because I'm saying something and just happened? Y'all understand what I'm trying to say, right? Then that is where we get what? Common law. Most people refer to it as case law, right? But that doesn't happen if you just go along, just thinking your theory of what happened, or what happened is what they need to go by, or your theory is what you think the law meant when it's statutorily written and it means something else, and the people tell you what it meant. Interpret was the word I was looking for. I don't understand. It's with y'all, I can never. I never understand. I don't know if it's a con. I don't know if you're just slow, or I don't know if you just want to lie it all out or whatever. But and then somehow say that I'm the one that's brainwashing, or I'm trying to change my whatever. I ain't trying to do shit. I am telling you what it is. The court keeps reinforcing what I'm telling you is the truth. That got nothing to do with me. And so I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes I don't know to whether how far to get down into trying to give you the same thing I've given you, but in a different way so that you can understand, or is that you just don't want to understand. You just want to understand it the way you want to understand it. And if that's the case, then I'll just, let put it on the record one time and keep it moving. I'm not trying to change somebody's mind about nothing. I mean, normal people. I'm talking about normal people. Normal people accepts the law how it is written. They just disagree with it or agree with it. That's it. And I believe it is just, it is insane. It is insane. Y'all seem to think that Audra is the person who is the only insane person in this sector. I beg to differ. That y'all might not be as crazy as Audra, but you all, could be seen by the same doctor. What up, Mo? Mo, before I get too left in it, whatever, I was just talking about trying to understand the psyche of these players or actors or whatever you want to call them in this game, right? Because much is being made of, like, what kind of person is Diddy that he would need all of this? What kind of, people are these women that they would sign up for some stuff like this? Trying to understand Lori's psyche. Like, what is going on? What is going on? To the truth don't have to justify itself. You're right. You're right. And for the life of me, I hear these questions and I hear these statements, and it just doesn't seem like it clicks with people. Nobody wants to go back to the indictment. Because at one point, remember, people was getting mad if you would read the paperwork. Like, what? And that's why you guys are the same people who sit up and asking questions who's lost in the sauce. Just dumb. It don't make no sense. How you gonna talk about you, but you want to get solutions? I ain't never seen nobody think they're gonna achieve solutions by taking a law. I don't give a damn if it's a law at work, a law wherever, a rule, a regulation, whatever you want to call it. Then say you're gonna put it in your mind what you want it to say, and then somehow make it back. I don't understand none of that. I've never that has never been a point. And when I mean like a starting point or a reference point or a metric or a measurement, whatever you want to call it, that I've never looked at. I take whatever it is, whatever is on that record, then I began to go about trying to make it better. I don't flip it up in my head, pad it along with a whole bunch of conspiracy theory and whatever, and then try to deliver it, and then wonder why it never gets corrected to your satisfaction, or it never gets addressed to your satisfaction. That's because that's your crazy ass thought about it. Like, huh? Like, who is in charge of the mindset at your house? It ain't no holding wall. Yeah, that's just crazy to me. Then you have Kanye enters in the fray. I don't know what the hell Kanye showed up. What they say he was there for 40 minutes. Twin, where have you been? Hold on, let me change. What up, girly? Okay, Mo, Mo.
Yeah, I'm right here. Hold on one second.
Okay, all right. I will make sure I did it right. Okay, but I just don't understand that. You can't think that you're gonna have a solution based on something that your starting point isn't even correct. Like, have you ever researched anything ever in your life? You don't research what you think it should be. You research what they have, and then you go to try to find changes, how to manipulate whatever it is you need to do to get it to where it needs to be. Not, I mean, that's just so crazy to me. I don't know. Try, I don't, mm. Day by day, when I hear things, I be like, boy, y'all be having me drunk, and I don't even drink. This is weird to me. And I know, your desired outcomes. I understand that, the desired outcomes. But how you think you're gonna get there if what you look at on paper, you some kind of way, you done change that in your mind, and then you go to look, you're gonna always, you're not gonna have any success. It don't make sense what I'm saying. That's how crazy it is. uh, uh-uh. So anyway, I really do. I'm trying to understand the psyche. And when I tell you, y'all, being affected with this mole disease, meaning getting sleepy and drowsy around 7 or 8, I hate it.
Look, I said I was taking a break. I didn't say talk about me bad. I was trying to get my little ice water and stuff together so I could give you what little I could before I head to bed.
Mm.
And that's the thing. And that's the thanks that I get.
Well, I don't talk behind nobody's back. But yeah, honey, I have been affected by this more disease, child. I can't take it.
Look, I
I
got
am
I
not a morning
can't deal
person.
with it. Look, you just need to accept it as what it is.
I can't. I'm late to something every day with this morning crap.
Well,
Um, yeah, I am late. I'm late. Almost logging in all the time.
don't fight against it. Fight. Go with the current. What is it? Don't fight against the current. Flow with the current.
Yeah, that's what they
That's
tell
what
you.
I do.
Yeah. So, what have you observed this week in this
Hmm.
case, child?
This Kanye. So the biggest thing that I would say that happened this week was actually towards the end of the week. There were a number of things because all throughout the week they really were focusing on Jane Doe, number 5, I believe she is Jane Doe or Jane, just Jane of some sort. So Jane, who we now know is affiliated or has a child by 50 Cent, who he was so disgusting today. You know, he posted for Father's Day like this thing talking about, pretty much threatening to take her kids away from her and all that. He's just so nasty.
He
Um,
is. That's one of the things
he's
I
a
don't
bully. I don't like
like.
about him is that he's a bully.
He is.
And I don't care who you are. I don't think that you should ever relish in your child's mother having a negative time of some sort because you should at least be mature enough to know that that has an impact on your child. And for you to
Yeah.
make those sorts of posts that he will eventually see or whatever the case may be or be affected by is disgusting to me. And it makes him no different than Diddy. It seems to me that he
He
is
picked her
harassing,
too.
and I don't care
He
for
picked
that.
her too.
Um, he what?
I say he picked her too.
That part, it wasn't a problem when when you were with her, but now all
Thank
of a
you.
sudden it's you for the streets and all that. Also, I don't mean no harm. You're the one that got multiple kids by multiple moms, as well as you have. She got the one by you,
Right. Right.
right? So, but you have the one as well as at least one adult child who you do not claim, who clearly is yours. You don't
Right.
need Maury to tell you that. So he makes me sick with that. But anyway, the long story short is that she was still on the stand. She continued to tell multiple stories, and she's one of those people who's similar to uh, we always use Azriel as a person, but it's the truth. She was true because you know how it could be in that space when you're in an abusive situation where you have this love still, or we know that people have still this love, or they were trying all along to try to bring this person in to just if I would be better, they just would be different. You know what I'm saying? So she was in one of those kinds of situations. She's describing that, and she described it in great detail. And then, of course, he then pushed her into engaging in the freak offs, continuing to push her to participate, even when she at some point decided, like, hey, I don't want to do this. Pretty much he's calling her, telling her, play your role, get in line, so on and so forth. And then, of course, it came. So it was pretty salacious throughout, but for the most part, it was almost the same exact sort of stuff, same MO. Modus operandi as Cassie and all the other ones who have been on the stand have talked about. However, it was, of course, when it was time for cross examination that the defense tried to focus more so. But he gave you all these nice things, right? And, you wanted all these nice things. You wanted a nice house. You wanted all this nice furniture. He gave you money for those things, what have you. Because we know, specifically in this sector, but also on YouTube and I hate to say it, just amongst the Black community in general, once somebody gives a woman money, apparently, that means that she should deserves any sort of treatment that she gets. But she's
Right.
saying, well, yeah. And so, for instance, she doesn't deny, and I personally respect it. She doesn't deny it. Yeah, I wanted nice things. Yes, I wanted a nice home, but I still didn't want that. And I tried to, she has text messages and things that clearly show, like, I don't want to do this anymore. And he continued to push the issue, make life difficult, so on and so forth. Now, the thing that the two biggest things that were, I think, the most salacious or at least enlightening uh, was that he is still, even to this day, paying for her apartment. And a lot of people obviously are like, oh, see, she still wants him or whatever. But when you look at that, no, the text messages and their conversations was, I did this with you for 2 or 3 years, I think it was 2 or 3. And then he agreed, okay. And she said, well, I want this pretty much to keep quiet or to, I want you to cover certain things for me. And he agreed to cover her lifestyle for those 3 years, to include he's paying for her attorney that she has while she's on the stand right now. What
Ooh,
people apparently, yeah, she mentioned that as well. So like you realize that he's still at least holding to the agreement that they have. Now, most people are, of course, as they always do, especially in this sector, they focus on, oh well, if she's still taking his money, then she's forfeit her right to have
right.
any complaints. Well, no, that if you have an agreement, you said that that's an agreement that he was willing to partake in. At the same time, that agreement has nothing to do with the subpoena. When that
Right.
subpoena comes in, or the feds come in and say you are testifying and we've subpoenaed you, the expectation is that she's there. So, you know, to me, one has nothing to do with the other, or at least some people cannot seem to wrap their mind around that and use that as well. If he's still paying your rent, then you can't complain about how you got treated. And that's just not true to me at all and never will be. The
Yeah.
last thing is the other thing that I said was kind of jaw dropping there was just here at the end of the week. She told, just before cross examination started, she described, or was it during cross? Don't get me the line. So she started describing a situation where it was a very, very famous rapper's birthday, and they went to, I believe it was Vegas or LA, one of those two. And that at that while they were there together, her and Diddy were with this famous person and his girlfriend. And she described the famous rapper and the girlfriend watching them and participating in a freak off together to celebrate that rapper's birthday. And that rapper had a private jet that they took to, go and participate in that. And apparently, it was supposed to be that they were not supposed to have a freak off. That she had pretty much already said, like, nah, I'm not down with it or whatever. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. And then when she gets there, it becomes pressure to do that. And she talks about that multiple times. And so, what people were, of course, trying to do, well, before that all took place, she went into chambers with the judge that morning. And there was a long delay in the trial because there was something clearly going on in chambers with Jane, her attorney, and the other attorneys that were there.
Mm.
Then she takes the stand and tells this story about this famous rapper and his then girlfriend in 2024. So everybody was then trying to figure out, well, who's the girlfriend and who's the famous person. And then, of course, it's a little easier to try to narrow down who could be considered very famous and actually have the means to obtain a private jet and, all these other elaborate things that she described. Also, it's storming here, so I might have to jump off if
Oh,
they
you
start
good.
getting bad. But I don't know if you could hear that loud thunder and stuff that just started. So
Uh-uh.
she, yeah, but it's crazy right now. So so people, of course, the YouTube and social media sleuths start trying to figure out who it was. And you know what people immediately did? They were like, well, it's Jay-Z. And people were like, no, because that would have been Jay-Z and his wife in all likelihood, and not Jay-Z and a girlfriend. But then people were like, well, we had Becky with the good hair, so maybe it was Jay-Z and a girlfriend, and B just didn't know about it because, of course, Jay is the bigger name, and of course he could have a private jet. Immediately for me, I did not think of that. I thought freak off. Who could I see more in a freak off situation in 2024? And immediately I thought about the person who was walking around with a naked woman on a chain and a leash and displaying her all over the world in odd behavior and would be, more likely. So I always immediately I was like, oh my gosh, Kanye. Shortly, so then the very next day, court starts late again. And it was Diddy's lawyers and the prosecution back in chambers having a lengthy conversation. Nobody could kind of figure out what, but they apparently Diddy was still out at his like little table or whatever. And they said that the lawyers kept coming out and talking to him and then, leaving out. And I guess people kind of were starting to hear rumblings. And at some point, Diddy became very angry and kind of was lashing out. Like you could clearly see he was upset with
Mm.
the attorneys in his conversation. And I guess somebody overheard or some sort of way got wind that it was about the rapper that had been mentioned the day before, and that the prosecution saw no reason to seal that person's name or to conceal that person's name.
Mm.
And the defense was very much, no, that person doesn't have anything to do with it. There's all these other factors and so on and so forth as to why they wanted it to be concealed. Apparently, I want to say that it was at least an hour or so late on starting because of all of this.
Mm.
And everybody was just trying to figure out what was going on. And then once people figured out that that's what was happening, then everybody started sleuthing during that hour to say, okay, now who would be so big that they would again want to make sure that their name was concealed. And immediately from the day before, people had started hearing rumors that Kanye was at court. And it was confirmed that he was not at court, but that some of his representation had been seen at the courthouse the day that she made the comments about the famous rapper. And long story short is all of a sudden we have the long delay to get the day started, what have you. And then about midday, who comes pulling up? And shout out to Miss Sylvia, because she was definitely live on the curb, pointing people out and saying, hold on, something's going on here. She was front line there. And the channels that I were following were all showing her, like her live, because they were trying to figure out whether it was true or not. And
Mm.
sure enough, next thing you know, dressed in all white with sunglasses on, here comes Kanye, who was there to, quote, support Diddy. He went into the courtroom. He didn't say anything outside. He was still, quite frankly, weirdo Kanye. And
Mm.
he goes in. She's still on the stand at that point. Because at that point, the judge had decided that the rapper's name could remain concealed. Whatever that means. You might have more insight into what might have caused that, or reasons behind that. And then and then he went into court. Apparently, he was in there. Of course, they had security and different, people there because of who he is. 30 minutes, and then he left out before she even finished. So do with that what you will. Now, some people, of course, you had the people who were yay, 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 Kanye standing up for the black man, blah, 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 which is, I think, ridiculous. Um,
Right.
but I think it is not coincidental that this description of this uber famous rapper who had a birthday, and when people narrowed it down, the time of year it would have been June of 2024 or something like that. And Kanye's birthday is in that same month. Jay-Z's is not. And so you had to, of course, narrow it down to, okay, whose birthday could it have possibly been? And then kind of, do some deductive reasoning. And so I suspect that he that was there to potentially intimidate her, rattle her, or at least was very concerned about what was going to be said on the stand. I don't think it was as much there to support him as it was to make sure she knew to toe the line, or at least to be rattled, to be like, oh my gosh, he's right there.
So was it
So that may not have been the
his
case.
birthday? Was it around his birthday?
Kanye's birth, yes. Everything that was described was then. And then people have also now gone and looked back, in the old social media and stuff like that to see that he was actually in the same city the weekend that she was describing in 2024 with that Bianca half naked Sensori or whatever her name is, that lady at that time. And then there was also pictures of Diddy at a Kanye birthday party, sort of. So we know he was in the same city as well. So it did align that at least there is the potential that it could have actually been Kanye and his wife. I mean, his wife now, but his girlfriend then, who participated in the freak off. Now, there's another component to this, and this is the last I'll say, and answer a couple questions if you have them, or talk a little bit, and then I got to jump off because this storm is getting bad.
Yes.
But here's the thing. So they also said that there was another rapper there who watched both couples freaking off. And people were like, okay, well, maybe Kanye was the freak off person, but they said that there was another famous couple there who also watched it. So people are trying to figure out if they can figure out who that was as well. But those are the main things that happened.
So wait a minute now. So was Kanye, legend, whoever the famous rapper, were they a part of the freak off or were they watching?
Apart. Him and his girlfriend had a freak off, and pretty much Diddy pressured 50 Cent's baby mama to also, so pretty much like a menage in front of
Oh,
people.
oh.
Yeah, yeah,
And see, I mean, now because I was, when it came out about the private plane, I was saying, I hope people also know that you can rent a private jet. So we don't know if
absolutely.
it's the owner of the private jet or if somebody
Hmm.
rented one. So that's why everybody started jumping on people rappers who can afford a private jet. I said, you also know you can rent one. So I said, I would just hold off to see,
Well, and
get the
let's
paperwork.
call a spade as well too. Like, despite what people think about famous people and celebrities, especially musical artists, we've seen time and time again that many of those musical artists do not have the means to support the lifestyle that we think that they automatically have, and that
Mhm.
the deals don't move the way that they are. But the biggest thing is that when she was describing as well, like the hotels that they were, like the whole thing was pretty lavish, and that's what kind of helped people to also deduce who could have possibly had those sorts of means, because it wasn't like Diddy was doing it. It was to celebrate this person's, birthday, and that she made it clear that it was pretty much the famous rapper's expense, pretty much. But her concern was, of course, that she thought she was going there just to be like on his arm, because she had been kind of complaining, hey, you never take me anywhere, you don't wine and dine me like you say you're going to, and then you always pretty much say you're going to, but then you always figure out a way to force me into these freak offs. And um of course she went there because she thought he was like, oh, come to do this, and she's like, oh wow, he's finally claiming me, taking me out, so on and so forth. And then once she got there, you know the ball, the joke was on her, if she will. It was immediately the same thing. So she was upset with him about pretty much setting her up. She thought it was like a scam, pretty much. You brought me out here knowing that I thought it was just, going to be a nice weekend with some fancy people that I'll be on your arm. And you actually were the whole time plotting to have this freak off with somebody else involved that I did not want to be involved with.
So let me ask you this. Okay. Now, um, where slipped my mind at like that? Okay. So there has been some talk or whatever about the Young Miami component, right? To this. So
Yeah.
so pretty much this girl that's on the stand or was on the stand, her time overlaps with Young Miami.
Yes. So she, um, like pretty much it was towards the end though, for what it's worth. Young
Mm,
Miami was part of the reason why she decided, like, yeah, no, this is not going to work, because she was pretty much she knew that he would be with other people, and he didn't have that part necessarily. But her thing was, okay, well, I think she probably would have put up with a little bit more, or possibly a lot more, if it was not for the fact that she is looking on TV and sees, or on social media and stuff, and she's seeing her getting flown out. I think it was Turks and Caicos or somewhere in the Caribbean, or somewhere, some
mm,
sort of resort or what have you. And she had been asking him, or he had been promising her that he would take her, and she did not. And then, like, there were multiple other things like that. He was being seen around town, and the way she felt from what she was seeing is, and what she complained to him about in the text messages and everything, was pretty much, well, you're whining and dining her, but you're hitting on me and forcing me to do these freak offs that I don't want to do.
mm,
So I'm done. They pretty much, my Young Miami was like the last straw, and she admitted that she grew jealous. Like, she knew that there were other women always involved, but she grew jealous of Young Miami because she felt like Young Miami was getting the life that she actually wanted with him, because she really did want his time, his attention, his love, his affection. So she would kind of bear through the negative parts of it in hopes that it would win him time. So, like for instance, she'd do the freak offs because she said that after the freak offs, he would be very loving to her and, cuddling her, very, very
Mm.
passionate and what have you, because he knew that that's something that she wanted, but he would like dangle, like, you don't get that if you don't do this. And so she became very jealous of young Miami. And that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back of where she was like, nah, I'm good. And I guess he tried to like see if he could keep her in the rotation, and she was like, no. And then they came up with this agreement of like, hey, I've gone through hell and back with you, all this stuff. Like, I didn't get the stuff that you said I was going to get out of it, which is a relationship with you, and so on and so forth. And so then they came to the agreement that for, again, the 2 to 3 years, that he would get her a very nice house that was on his level,
Mm.
because at that point she thought that he would possibly come around. So she wanted to make sure that the house that they got would be at the level that he would be willing to come over and stay there. You know what I'm saying? Because she felt like in her own territory that he wouldn't do those things as much. So she wanted him to do that. And then even the same thing with furniture. I think he gave her like $20,000 to purchase furniture, and she brought very high end furniture to
Mm.
furnish some of the house as well. But she was saying like, yeah, one, yes, I do like nice things, but on top of that, I wanted the things that I had to not be an excuse for him to be like, well, honey, this ain't at my level, so no, I'm not coming over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you living in, you in this rooms to go furniture right here is not going to do it. When I got Gucci and gold at my place, come on over here. Because she knew that if she had to come to him, there was a greater likelihood that he would try to force her to do another freak off. But of
Wow.
course, the defense presented that as, well, it couldn't have been that bad if you took all of these things from him, and pretty much also was trying to just portray her as some gold digger who, again, got what she deserved.
Yeah, and I think it's a sad thing, and perhaps that when you have more time and I have time, we can get more into the psyche of these people, because it's sad for me to hear women say that, he was affording my lifestyle
Hmm.
and all of this and all of that, and like, pretty much you should shut up and be grateful, and
Hmm.
not turn on a man or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah. Yeah. I
uh,
find it disgusting. And
yeah.
I definitely do. I don't know what your week is like or what have you, but we can figure out a time that can work to talk about it more. But let me put it this way. There's a bigger discussion to be had in our community.
Hmm.
And it keeps coming up over and over again. And as Maya Angelou would say, life keeps forcing you to encounter the same issues until you learn the lesson. So it's kind of, it might come in different forms, but it keeps coming back over and over again. And we've had Harvey Weinstein, we've had Keith Raniere, we've had R. Kelly, we've had Diddy, we've had Bill Cosby, we have, just the list goes on and on. The guy from that '70s show, we have, so many people that it keeps coming up more and more. So, like, for goodness sakes, Jeffrey Epstein, are,
Hmm.
like, we've had those things come up over and over, and still the sentiment from so many people is if money is involved and you take it, or you open yourself up to even interacting with those people, you get what you get, and that the money is some sort of way, a decent enough cause, or that's what you get because of the money. At the same time, those very same people are the ones who are constantly trying to portray themselves as, being of some sort of stature or status, that they too are above any of these little rinky dink things that we have in everyday life. So I don't understand it.
Right.
And I think it is an epidemic, um, in our communities, that we can't, once money is involved, or maybe it just shows how the system has been set up to make us desire, and when I say us, I mean collectively as a culture, desire money, and see that there's not, or believe that there's really no uh, cost, if you will, that is great enough that would offset if you've been given access to affluence. Um, and it's overwhelmingly women, but it's certainly plenty of men as well.
Yeah,
Even many of in this sector that I have spoken to that have very similar views
yeah.
of once the check
Say
gets cut or once the check is out there.
yeah,
Yeah, as what, and they're the same way when it comes to just any sort of romantic interaction, specifically physical romantic interaction with a man. They have convinced themselves that that is just, oh, you wanted that so bad. All these wild women are just so, sexually indiscriminate, and what we have is so powerful that that's what you like. You love it so much that you want it to be tortured and abused, and forced to do things that they can't, for whatever reason, their minds cannot comprehend that those things don't necessarily exist, or that even if that was what they wanted, that it still was not okay. So I'd love to have more conversation, and I think that our entire community needs to have bigger conversations around that.
yeah. Because I'm trying to understand how they understand this to be like a fair exchange, like of goods and service. I don't get it,
Yeah.
And when I said I'm shocked, um, and you have to separate the two. Outside of this, women pretty much the ones I've run into and the ones I listen to, they pretty much sound like me. Like, 'cause there is not a price you can put on a lifetime
Mm-mm.
of shame, a lifetime of pain, a lifetime. There's not a price you can put on that.
Yeah.
So why do you think $5,000 for not taking care of you or whatever is going to be enough? No.
Yeah. Yeah. And those are the very same people, not even though it's not necessarily the same. I find that overwhelmingly, those are the very same people who seem to think, well, if you're in the country illegally, then you need to go. And they don't realize that every piece of fruit, every vegetable, all of those things have been picked by people who have come into the country, and we have exploited them for their labor to do work that we do not want to do. We also do not realize that some of those very same people, literally their families, overnight, when the United States decided to take part of the large majority of Texas that was Mexico, that their families were immediately split. There's other things they don't realize, that we as a country have gone over and destabilized multiple countries that made it unsafe for those people to be here, and we have allowed them in. So, like, some of these people, they just don't see outside of themselves, and they only see the most simplistic form of whatever has popped into their head. And I hate to say it, but it's even to the point of being childish and infantile in how some people view the world and how some people view other human life. I value human life at a level that I do not care who you are. You should be treated with general decency and respect.
Yeah.
Point blank, hard stop. And anybody who's trying to argue me otherwise on that, I accept that. That might be your view, but it absolutely speaks quite a bit to how devoid of decency you may be, even unknowingly. Like, how you can find a way to justify inhumane treatment for anyone, or even the people who are under 50 Cent's page today, like laughing and joking. Yeah, good for her. And he's like, his thing said like Happy Father's Day, and I think it said, yeah, I'm about to get full custody of my son, bitch. Something like, clearly speaking towards her in a very nasty way. Like that sort of stuff. And people are like, ha ha ha, 50, you a trip. No, you're not. You're harassing this lady who's just sat on the stand in very traumatic form and described to you being mistreated. I don't care who you are. You are not a person of any sort of moral fiber that I would interact with if you would be okay with your baby mama being talking like that, when that is still where your son lives right now.
Right.
That is who's cared for your son this entire time. So how dare you then get up here and like make a mockery of her trauma, whether you agree with it or not? That, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know plenty of baby daddies that don't get along with their baby mama, but it's not worth me disrespecting them, especially at his scale, when that child will 1000% be able to do a quick Google search and see what his dad has been doing. And he's been harassing her for long before this case even came to be. It's
Yes, yes,
disgusting.
yes. I mean,
It is
people
disgusting, and I
so
hope that she
picky.
uses this. I hope she uses all of what he's been posting this week and last week uh, as evidence if he does try to take her to court of his ongoing harassment of her, and I hope she gets to sue him as well because I know that there has to be some mental anguish in the middle because why are
Yeah,
you doing that? And how
it's
and what does that say
you're
about
going.
you as a person?
Yeah, he's going out of his way
Out
because
of his way.
you can absolutely just say nothing. You can do
Thank
that.
you. But and
You're
here's the
going
thing:
out of your
society
way.
was already getting her.
Yeah,
Society was already judging her. So her
right,
name was already dragged. She
right.
tried her hardest to.
Uh,
She tried her hardest to protect from. Even she didn't even want them to say that it was a son. She was trying her best to try to figure out how to keep this thing anonymous. Does that make sense? Like even when in cross they would say, "Oh, so your son this," and she was like, "Can you just say my child?" Because she
yeah,
was trying to avoid being associated, and also you're being dragged as it is, and then here comes your quote baby daddy, and because he has money, again, everybody's like, yeah, see, she gets I think she gets close to $5,000 a month for her child, right?
yeah.
And they're like, see, she was already getting that, and then she got this from Diddy, and all this, that, and the
Yeah,
third. Okay,
running her pockets. Like what?
also, also, can we also talk about this? She didn't get to decide how much she gets. The judge decided how
Right,
much she gets to care for the child. Also, just because he's not keeping the child does not mean that the child should be living a totally different level and lifestyle just because he's not with her. Right? That's what those are
right.
is supposed to even the playing field and make sure that the child can have hopefully something close to similarities between what he would have had if he was there. Access to
Hmm.
better schooling and different sorts of things. The judge made that decision, not her. What is she supposed to do?
Right, exactly.
The father is a billionaire. He's supposed to give her $50 a month just because you don't like the fact that she. What are you talking about? You
Yeah,
understand?
it
And
makes
it's and
sense. It
also
makes
and the
full sense.
responsibility that they tend to place on the woman when he slept with her, as you said before. He picked her.
Mhm.
He could have wrapped it up. He could have done everything else to prevent
Mhm.
that from happening. He did not, but he's not at fault, and they don't have any issue with him. She's just the gold
No.
digger who trapped him and put him in such a bad situation because they're not expected to be in control of their bodies, and they're not expected to have any sort of uh, any sort of restraint, if you will, about their sexual behavior, but all the women are.
Right. It's always something the woman did to the man. I mean, some kind of
Exactly.
way she strapped him down,
Yeah. Some
made
sort of,
it,
yeah.
yeah, made it get where, and jumped up and down on it and got pregnant.
Yes.
And it's all her fault because she
Hmm.
asked for support for her son.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. She didn't have it by herself.
Right. And if you want to upgrade, just say if she was living in the hood, if you want to upgrade your living because you have a child, because you want to upgrade it for security and safety,
Yeah.
that should be allowed. That should be encouraged.
On
I,
top of that, it's almost
think
necessary in the life of celebrities. It's necessary. Think about it. Even right now, people are finding out people's addresses. They're swatting. Just a lot of people are obsessed over some of these celebrities. You cannot tell me that there would not be some crazy psycho who might not try to show up at her house to try to get to that child.
exactly, exactly. I mean, it's insane. And when I said women, I mean I don't know if I use the term shocking, but I'm just shocked by I'm shocked by anybody I ran across him YouTube streets, but I just women. It was like, I mean, it's just like this is what they wanted to do, and so
Yeah.
but you're missing the whole point. You're missing the
No.
whole case. You and again, I can't say it enough. You may have agreed to do all of this, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that it
Yeah.
was legal,
Right.
and this is the point. It doesn't mean that what y'all were doing was legal. That's the whole point, you
It
know.
also doesn't mean that what you were doing was not damaging. Here's the thing, and these are the very same people who would be saying, well, oh, if you want to keep a man, you got to get a little freaky and you got to try some stuff and try this and go ahead, girl, blah, 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 right? But then, okay, suppose that's what she did. Okay, I'm going to try something. I'm going to be a little freaky with the man that I want to be with. And then
Mm-hmm.
you realize, hold on, that ain't my flavor. And instead of him going, thanks, honey, for trying, we saw it, that ain't your thing, let's find something else, he
Mm-hmm.
continues to push and force her to keep doing it.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And if you can, like, which way you're going to have it, the hypocrisy of the arguments that we make in these situations is one of the main things that kills me. Because
Yeah.
which one is it? Do you lay it low and spread it wide for your man and try a little bit of everything that he wants you to try and don't complain and smile and still, cook, clean, and wash the dishes? Or
Yeah.
do you, you know what I'm saying? Or are you, oh, you just loosey goosey, you wanted every single thing you got and so bad, whatever. We have an issue in this country and we
Yeah.
have an issue amongst our people in understanding and valuing human life and decency and respect. And that's something that we're going to have to reckon with.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm like, they say I'm naive and sheltered, whatever. Thank God, because my mouth be open.
I'd rather be that.
I would rather be.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
It doesn't even make any sense. I mean, the way that they are dragging these women. I mean, now, if somebody tells a lie, it doesn't mean that the whole testimony goes out the window. That's not how it works.
That's
Okay,
no.
not how it works. Because
It's
that lie,
also not how we even navigate life. None of us navigate life that way.
right?
Because I can tell you right now, whether it's your wife, your mother, your sister, your brother, whoever it is, they've all told at least one lie that you know about, and you do not constantly still look at them as pure liars that you now don't believe a single word of anything, and you say they deserve everything they get because they have not been honest to you about something. We've
Right.
all told a lie before. That does
Yeah.
not mean that everything that we say now you do not listen to. And if that's the case, we shouldn't be listening to none of these people on this YouTube. I'll just tell
Okay.
you that right now.
Know about it. Okay.
Same daggone people be sitting around. It's the same daggone people be sitting around hollering Jaguar right is telling the truth.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's insane. It is. I think this case has pretty much set a mirror in front of some people and put a light,
Hmm.
shine the light over their head because they're getting exposed. Like,
Yeah,
how you are in real life. Like,
yeah.
you know, and it
And you're
ain't,
too naive to even, and I hate to say it, they're too naive to even realize that the arguments you're making and having the nerve to broadcast them online, it
mm,
I would never want to be presented in that fashion. I'm not judging what people think, but to me, when I hear some of those people who make those arguments against those women or people who make it their business to try to make life difficult for them, I I will be honest with you, I pity them, and I don't think very much of I don't feel like I question what work they've done on themselves that they have gotten to out of all the life life has given you and what you've learned and the hurts you've gone through and the different things that you've seen and experienced and what you now know. If all you got out of that is oh well, somebody else got hurt, ha 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 ha. If
mm,
that's all you got out of it, then I'm sorry. To me, that's a waste. You've
mm,
wasted a lot of years. You've
yeah,
wasted a lot of years because if you don't get better as a person, if you don't increase your empathy as a person,
yeah,
if you're unable to see, see right from wrong better than that at our big age, you're
yeah,
doing it wrong to
yeah,
me because
yeah.
that's just not the type of life that I'd ever want to live.
And I don't want to deal with those type of people. I'm just saying.
Mm-mm.
I'm
No, I'm
good.
good. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
good.
I'm good because I mean, my daughter, um, like when it's that time, whatever. Oh, child, she can be someone you really wanna clock her. And she was playing a basketball game, and after the game, her and the coach got into it. Now let me tell you,
Is
I
that when you ran out on the court?
no, that's not that time. Um,
Mm. It's
This was
sad.
after the game. This was after, no, when I ran out on the court. I done ran out on the court a couple of times, but this was after the game, right? I mean, he was a horrible coach, and my friend, this drop I just made, my friend and I, honey, we heckled him so much it was crazy. I said, Lord, we done ended up with the tennis and the baseball coach. It was terrible. We did that man real bad, but anyway, we was out in the white people's school, and they and she knows not to get go back and forth with no adult or none of
Mm-hmm.
that. Child, she was on her thing forever, and baby, they had it out, and she went off because they were up by I think like by 18 or 26 at the half and lost the game.
Mm.
It was a terrible team, and baby, he and when I next I heard something in the background, and then I hear him coming out. He talking about, "Hey, you better get your daughter." I'm like, "Wait a minute."
Mm.
I said, "Hold on,
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I'll get her, but you don't
Mm-mm.
have to approach
Watch your
me."
mouth.
Yeah, you know
Yeah.
exactly. So I'm going to see what was going on and whatever. And of course, I told her to go apologize and come out with some reason or whatever. So when I
Mm-hmm.
get to my this other little my other little buddy that we speak to the game with, and I said, I can't believe she did that. I was just I was going
Mm-hmm.
off on her, not on him, on her.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And here was the lady talking about, well, somebody had to do it, as if my daughter was in the right.
Ooh.
My mouth was open. And that's a professional lady too. She's a professional lady. My mouth
Mm-hmm.
was open. Well, somebody had to get them. Somebody had to do it. I said, don't say that, because that's not right.
Yeah.
She was definitely out of place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Lucky,
She should
lucky
have handled it differently.
she lucky I ain't grab her up and beat her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm
Oh
like,
gosh.
mm, mm, mm. That was crazy. Yeah, so it's like some people have that type of mindset where
Yeah.
certain things that is obviously not okay. Somehow the way they
Yeah.
rationalize them and make them okay. Like this
Yeah.
thing with this, if he was taking care of her, maybe that's your
Yeah.
situation, and you
No.
got to
Exactly.
all the rules and do all this whatever. But I don't listen. I
Yeah.
mean,
And what it speaks to more is the depravity that they have in their own lives,
yes,
right? Because the fact that it shows that you have been or are so deprived of things that you hold of value that you are even willing to look at other people and say, wow, I mean, if I could, right? It's worth it. That's the price you have to pay for it. That's disturbing for me.
it is. It is. There's no one
Hmm.
celebrity and none of that I'm willing to sacrifice certain
Mm-mm.
things in life just to be. No, I'm not doing that.
No,
That's
no,
crazy.
that's not how this works.
That's not how it works. And I'm trying to tell you, if you carry yourself as such, they know not to even try you. They know not to even
Hmm.
try you, honey. They know
Yeah,
not to even try you. But I'd be like, baby. No, you have to get somebody else. That's probably why. Now, we don't know exactly if what Yo Miami was doing, but because I don't know if it was a joke or not, but she like the golden showers and all that. I don't know if she was joking or
and I
what.
forgot that she said that until somebody mentioned it. She
Yeah,
definitely did.
yeah. So I don't know. I don't know, but she seemed like the type. When I was listening to her, she seemed like the type that would, compromise some things. She already has that freaking nature. And hey, a lot of times once a person has that freaking nature, it's not a far stretch to them for them to get into some things. You know what I'm saying?
But even
So
the city girl persona, if you think about it, the entire city girl movement was about as long as he cut me that check, I do a little something strange for a piece of change. It just got to be a lot of change. If that makes that's the entire. If you listen to any of those early songs or even recent songs, that's the messaging from top to bottom. So it wasn't like that's why, quite frankly, when she got with him, like I think most of us were like, well, that tracks, right? Because it's like,
Oh,
okay, you probably got the type of person that you say you're looking for,
oh wow.
um,
I don't know.
or
I don't listen
circumstance.
to them like that.
Say what?
I don't listen to their songs like that, so I don't know.
Well, even if you once you get off of me, or maybe another time when we connect, like even if you just pull up any of their lyrics, it's bright, it's right in your face, like it's undeniable that that was at least the lyrics. At the same time,
No.
I also know that just because that's what you were playing on the radio doesn't mean that that's truly what that you wanted to do all that. And also, from what both, I think Cassie, also somebody else, one of the other people that testified also kind of gave a, they didn't say Young Miami or whatever, but they just described it that around that 2000 or 2024 period of time, or 2023, something like that, that they ended up seeing that she was on, that he was with another famous rapper kind of situation, or whatever the case may be, who again, that timeline would have lined up for Young Miami, so like it's not just her that had the issue. Um, and all of them seem to describe that she was treated differently.
Oh
That
wow.
like young Miami, they at least were under the belief that she was not being forced to do some of the things that they were being forced to do, and that created jealousy or upset.
Wow. I want to know. Well, they ain't gonna be able to probably get into that on the stand because that's not a part of the case. But I want to know what was the difference.
Well, from what they said, that she got the actual wine and dine. She got, like he was giving her expensive gifts and taking her on trips and different sorts of things. And then from what they were gathering, like the circumstances were not such that she was being pushed into these freak offs,
Yeah, what I'm
at
saying,
least based
like,
upon what they know.
I'm saying, like, what was the difference in the like? What did he see in her that he didn't see in them, or vice versa? Oh, yeah, that's the difference I'm talking about. Like, what made her was she asked at one time? She said, "Hell no," in the beginning, or like, mm,
From what she talks about, or what she's, again, the persona of it is always, I'm upfront with my man that I want checks, and he's upfront. He knows that up front. So any man who would be with me knows certain things. Now we don't know if he was. We also don't know if we get a lot of these celebrity relationships that are PR creations,
mm,
that sort of stuff, as well
yeah,
as how it is even with us on the street. There's certain things that some of us require that others don't. You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? And I don't care who you are, but I think that many men and even women, when you're with somebody of that caliber, that this just
Yeah,
not gonna. You see what I'm saying? So you got to do a little bit more. So maybe his goal was to wine and dine her until she finally got in the fold as well. Um, who
mm,
knows, how far it went or what he was doing, or if it was just, okay, PR, let's, you know, have these moments so that we can both make a thing. Because shortly after that, then she gets Revolt TV and other things, but she was also, unlike the rest of these women, Cassie being maybe the only exception, but Cassie could not even her fame pales in comparison to Carisha. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? As far as what you were dealing with.
yeah, yeah.
So who knows? But I think we'll hopefully eventually find out something. But I also think because they're both celebrities, I wouldn't be surprised if they got into some mutually agreed upon NDAs or different sorts of stuff as well. But who knows? We'll have to find out, and maybe we'll find out more in the trial. I don't know.
Now I know you've been listening somewhat. Do you think that with these latest round of witnesses that have taken the stand, do you think that they're laying foundation for that KK to get on that stand? Ugh, so I can
Well,
pass.
She was noted this week as a co-conspirator or referenced as a co-conspirator. I do think that there will be the. I think that's the. I think it's being laid there. She's just been referenced too much, too many times, and like this week was kind of like the coup de grace. Now, will she actually? Who knows? But she is actually named as like actively participating, and it seems like there's something there. Like there's a reason, and I wouldn't be surprised if the now it may not happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if the um the prosecution is like, all right, let's put all this salacious stuff out there, and now this one right here, right? But it did at least suggest that, and again, we don't know for certain, but it does suggest to me that I think she might have a plea, not a plea agreement, or like that she might be working with the feds in some
Yeah,
way.
something. Some type
Yeah,
of.
it does. Just the way they're talking about it to me seems like she's. I think she's probably a very reluctant witness, if anything.
Uh,
But it seems to me that they've already been able to grab her in some capacity. So that's what I'm really hanging on a little bit to see, will she actually make it on the stand now or in the future, and how many more times her name may come up.
because I can see the strategy for the prosecutor to make her like one of the last witnesses that ended off strong. Because
Exactly.
Dawn has
Exactly.
already been up there. There
Hmm.
now, there. Her name is,
Cassie.
yeah.
Hmm.
Her name,
Yeah.
and I can see them ending up with her. Her. Right before, right. You understand what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
the other girl, the other big witness, they never did find, right.
No.
The
No. Because they
hmm.
they ended the week with like the one of the police or detectives that raided the room, and they were talking about how much Astro glide and all of. So I just let that be.
Okay. Girl, I'm just want to know what I want him to get up there and tell us why you need all of that. What's the point? What you
Well,
trying
they
to do?
talked about it. It makes sense, at least the volume of it, because of how much this is not like what we think about. For instance, you think of one of those male models that's on the beach, and his chest is oiled up, or I know you had a wrestler in your past. They almost always are oiled up, or at least some of them are usually oiled up in some to accentuate them. You're not talking about that. They talked about going through 3 and 4 bottles of like over their entire bodies and just being drenched in this stuff. So like one little bottle that you know
Fine.
a normal.
Go ahead.
That's what the worker said, child. That's what the Punisher said. He said they was going through bottles bad.
Oh no.
Yeah, but it really just comes down to, I don't have a whole, I don't judge that either, but like it literally just feels like he just has some sort of fetish about that sort of thing. The same way that some
No.
people love a wet t-shirt contest. I just was like, okay, what are y'all getting out of that? What do you like about it? Something about it he liked, and it just feels like he had some sort of fetish about oil, wetness, whatever, and it was excessive, and that's why the room damage was there. Think about it. Baby oil is something that we all have used or could have run across, or similar products. A lot of our makeup products and stuff have that kind of consistency. We spill that stuff all the time. We aren't charged fees for that. The fact that they're saying like whole walls were covered in the stuff and what have you, and could not be cleaned out, and at one point like actual full carpets had to be replaced. It's a lot. Yeah.
Oh, I missed a lot. I missed a lot.
They
I'm gonna have to read that.
the intercontinental representative said that they were charging him an upfront. He had to pay upfront a $1,000 fee in order to book,
Ugh,
and it was solely because of to offset the cost of the damages that they anticipated
that's some
every
sick.
time.
That's sick. When people got to
Yeah.
charge you up front because they know you're gonna mess up their walls and stuff like that. And you know what? he would, if he would have thought about it. Apparently, he didn't. He should have just rented him, bought him a little place or something for all that freaky deaky stuff, and go there instead of tearing up them people hotels and stuff like that. I don't know why he
Which
just
also makes me think that he would. It also makes me think though, because he had clearly the means or what have you. It made me think that he had some sort of obsession, perhaps with the venue as well. You know, people can have fetishes about where they want those things to take place as well. To me, because sometimes it didn't even make sense as to why they would need to be at the Intercontinental or these other hotels. And clearly, he could have rented all kinds of different places elsewhere and had more, or bought, like you said, his own facility to do those sorts of things. But I feel like I wonder at least if he actually had a location component to the fetish as well that he needed to maintain.
Yeah, I thought it was more or less, to keep his actual location secure. But I mean, if he was doing, my thing is, I mean, if he was doing it that much and had all, people coming in with the dry be drips and all this extra stuff, dude, you should just bought you a little something on the side and let the people come. Y'all go there and just tie it up or whatever. Have pay for, like, have you housekeeping or something on a retainer or something like that, and have the people come clean up later. I mean, because this is ridiculous. At this
Yeah.
point, this is ridiculous. This is beyond, like,
Hmm.
like what woman said, like, it went on for 2 or 3 days and all. Like, what?
Mm-mm. No, exactly.
That is crazy.
And to the point that people would be deeply dehydrated, like the workers and everybody are like dehydrated and need medical treatment. Do you realize how crazy that sounds? Like that sounds outlandish.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like I'm not interested in all of that, baby. You want to go get somebody else.
Mm-mm.
That is
Right?
crazy.
No, leave me alone. Actually, leave me alone. I'm going to sleep. The fact they could not sleep, you could, like what?
Yeah. And it's probably due to it's probably up like that due to them drugs
Of
that they
course, those. Yeah,
yeah.
but then you think about some of the other drugs that they were using, like for instance, that ketamine. That's the stuff that if you know that documentary about that girl, I think you said you watched it too, about the daughter who had like some sort of health condition and her mom was a nurse. They kept advocating for the girl. I think it's on Netflix, advocating for the girl to get this treatment, and ketamine is the treatment. And like only overseas would they give it to her, and what it would do is make her like go to sleep for like 2 weeks or something. Like she would sleep for very long periods of time under a doctor's care. And then the mom ended up unaliving herself because when some sort of way the I don't know if the doctors here or social services or somebody caught wind that they were doing it and accused the mom of like faking the girl's illness, but come to find out it wasn't fake. Anyway,
Yeah.
all of that to be said, okay, yeah, that's fine. All of that to be said, like it's known for putting you down. You know what I'm saying? From what they described in that documentary, but of course, maybe the dosage doesn't do that. I don't know. I don't do those kinds of things, but some of what they were describing were just as many downers as they were uppers. I will say that. Plus the alcohol.
Yeah.
So and I think actually, I know for a fact because Cassie, during her testimony, he was saying that he did not want to do ketamine because he would not remember afterwards. And so he was like actually
Yeah.
arguing that he did not want to do that.
Oh,
And
okay.
she was saying she wanted to use ketamine because pretty much she wouldn't have the trauma of it because she wouldn't remember it.
Now, did this girl did she use drugs too? What up, Diva?
All of them. Yeah, all of them. Yeah.
Oh, okay. She used the drugs
Yeah.
too. Oh,
But all that is kind of a part of the process for like none of the people that we've heard so far, they all do. And then at least some of them, it's like they do, like he intentionally would give them what they needed in order to make sure that they participated, especially like at times where they're like, I don't want to. And he's like, here, take a little bit of this, you'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? Kind of situation.
oh wow. That's
Yep.
crazy. That's crazy. I mean, I think pretty much they've proven what they had to prove. Oh, let me
A
ask you
hundred
this.
percent.
Tell me about
Yeah, and
the juror. What about the juror? What's up with this juror that got
well,
removed?
it's not just the juror. So there's multiple juror issues, but there is one juror in particular that people have grown suspicious of, and now we have now a second or a third time that Diddy has been seen in the courtroom looking in the jury's direction and like shaking his head like in disapproval, like, do you believe this? Like, no, that didn't happen, stuff like that. And the judge has reprimanded him to such a point that they have threatened to remove him from the courtroom should he do it again. His attorney has gone over to talk to him. So one of the jurors in particular, which they said is a black male,
Okay.
um, has kind of like stopped participating. Like he, at first he was taking notes. Now he's no longer taking notes. I just got one more nail to do. Boo. Um, Now he's no longer taking notes. He's also been seen allegedly making direct eye contact with Diddy when he's doing those head nods and stuff like
Mm.
that. Yeah, so some people are a little suspicious, and then I guess there's been at least one or two reports to the judge or concerns from prosecutors or what have you that he's, pretty much they worry that he could be compromised in some ways where they're kind of leaning towards.
Wow. That's
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if we end up losing one of those. And I know we have alternates.
I thought they
So
said they replaced him. I thought they said the judge said it. I thought they said the judge replaced him. That's what I thought.
yeah, I think he eventually did. But what I'm saying is, I don't think I would not be surprised if we get all additional alternates, like because there's this
Whoa. Okay.
concern that the prosecution keeps putting forward of, well, he's nodding his head again, he's making these gestures, and he's doing unique things with his eyes. And, like they're pretty much they're suggesting that he has like some sort of code or whatever, and he's trying to directly influence the jury. And the judge seems to be kind of like, we're not doing this. Any issues, any suspicion, whatever, he's just going to pull them off. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more people get pulled because the judge is not having it. And the judge is pretty sick of Diddy from what we're hearing. Like from what we see from those court transcripts,
I
well, not
tell
the court transcripts, but from them, yeah, from those people who are in there, the judge is reprimanding him and also even laying into those attorneys like, don't try me. Like it's gonna be a straight up case kind
yeah,
of thing. Yeah. And also putting him on notice like, I see you. Like I don't like how you're moving.
yeah. That's
Hmm.
crazy, crazy, crazy.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep. Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump on off here, but I will listen. But
Yes.
hopefully you got your update and let me know a day, maybe this week or something, that you that we can do a little bit more chopping it up.
All right, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Alrighty.
Appreciate you.
Bye bye.
Thanks for the update. Y'all, listen. That is what I get for I've been MIA with the case. I think after that first week, I've been MIA. I got the transcript, but I've been MIA, and I reckon if anything I need to find out, then I can go and look at the transcript. Child, this is crazy. This is crazy, right? I don't know if age or whatever, because I can imagine at a younger age being able to withstand all of that. That's a lot of you know, that's a lot of sex going on. And my body tells me, and it tells you too, when it's done. And baby, he would have beat me up. I'd be like, get it? my body closed down. I was talking about this before, so it ain't TMI. We grown. My body closes, shuts down. Yeah, you can't even open it up. Okay, so now I don't know, and I don't know if that's normal for other people's bodies. Mine does. It closes down. That's crazy. And I wonder if the psyche behind these women agreeing to do all of this is, I mean, I think the number one is, I want to please him. I want to do anything to keep him. I want to stand out amongst the others and all of that, right? And that to me just is just indicative of someone who doesn't know their self-worth. And you need to understand that you doing all this and that to compete with the next. When you have men out there, you don't even have to do all of that. And they will be appreciative of the stuff you do. Now, they may not be Diddy, but what's more important? Status. But at that point, it'll be privilege. He's privileged. Privilege or real love. I mean, if love is your goal, I don't see how some women think that after you done everything in the book with these dudes, somehow they gonna love you. And they be lying. They'll say, yeah, I love you or whatever, just to keep you on it now. But how they treat you should tell you, no, you don't love me. You just love the things that I do to you. Derek, what kind of list you putting together? I'm just saying, right? But let me see if I can get some updates. What is this? What week is this? 5? We love Mo, right? I love you too, Daddy. Oh, Derek. Oh, thank you, David. Thank you. Let me run this. Now we got to get them. We got to, do a little bit better, and with knowing our self worth, being secure with ourselves, right, and becoming a better version of ourselves. Don't change for somebody else. Change for you or improve you. That way, you know that it's one, it's gonna mean more to you. Two, it's going to be a lasting effect. Because this is crazy. And then 50 Cent, he pisses me off. And generally, I like 50, right? I do. But I don't like nobody just going out the way to make somebody feel bad, right? And that they ain't done nothing to you. And sometimes I take it easy on somebody that's done something to me. You know, depending on what it is. Other than that, like that's crazy. And I don't run behind the woman. Well, no woman don't do this, whatever. I don't do that. But I found myself raising that since I've been in this sector because you know why? That's nothing that I'd ever had to raise before. Like, oh, I'm a woman and you're not going to protect me. Oh, I'm a woman and you're not going to respect me. I ain't never had to really respect. I had a little bit of that. We had to ask those questions before, but like protect, you know, you're not gonna prioritize me. With I never had to ask no damn questions like that. Jesus, baby, I'm getting 7,000 a month. Well, it's. I mean, I don't know what you equating that amount to. I mean, to equate money to getting treated right, to me, there shouldn't be any comparison. You have women that love to sit on their ass and have men take care of them. So they're going to be more on the man side, right? You know, they're going to be more on the man side. Yeah, I don't go to that church. You're going to do what you're going to do. I'm not going to do everything you tell me to do or you ask me to do. And here's the thing, right? And everybody ain't for everybody. The reason why you like me is because of the way I am. Anybody time somebody come to me, you know, all you need somebody to tame you, or you just need. I'm already gone. I'm already thinking about you in the past tense. The worst mistakes I've ever made was one asking that boy, I'm like, hey, you gonna have to change everything from the head down to your foot, in and out. I shouldn't have wanted to take on a project to change nobody. Two, I'm not going to sit up there and hope that you get better, pray that you get better. You got to come already like I like them, and I got to be like you like me. Like I told Adrian, right? I said, listen, don't get used to me having long hair all the time because I like to wear my hair short. I like to get a short cut. So I'm talking about that. I said, oh yeah, and I like to get me a good burger every once in a while. So don't think I'm a, be. I've been a little person. Only when I got sick and intentionally got a little, but smaller. I don't care about it either. See, them type of men, they're not worried about all of that. And listen, that dude Travis, I was on the phone with the one I always say, you don't got married yet? The one that, remember I had that long ass lie, that 18-hour, 44-second lie. He was the one who called in at the end. It was this girl that that used to work with us. I mean, I've been known Travis before that, but this girl used to work with us. And after she got burnt up and whatever, all in her face and her fingers and stuff was, was burned together and seemed like web hands and stuff like that. He still, he still dated her. He dated her. He surely did. I can't remember it was before or after. I think I asked him on one of them calls. But yeah, he's just a good guy. Good people like that wasn't really worrying about the looks and all like that, whatever. He was dating her because of who she was as a person. Now I couldn't see that either. He smoked them damn cigarettes. But y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna have to like me for me. Because the parts that I don't see changing, I'm not gonna change. I'm gonna tell you that now. So I don't waste your time and I don't need you to waste mine. But anyway, let me play this video.
Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Dissecting Diddy, our weekly wrap of the Sean Diddy Combs racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking trial. There have been so many fireworks this week, and as we're doing this podcast, we have Kanye West, who's walked into the courthouse, and from what I understand, will be walking out shortly. And I'm saying all of that to say one of our guests, Gentrix Shanga, who is a producer for News Nation, was going to be joining us, but hopped off so that she could get video of Kanye walking out. But I am still honored to be joined by Candace Kelly, our esteemed legal analyst, and my co-host, Nicole Johnson, to talk about everything that's been going down in court this week. I mean, seriously, this is a high-stakes case. Sean Diddy Combs could go to prison for the rest of his life. So his legal team is fighting literally for his life as the prosecution continues to put on its case. Candace, I want to ask you, we had Jane, who is an ex-girlfriend of Diddy, who is testifying under a pseudonym on the witness stand for several days. How would you characterize her effectiveness for the prosecution on direct, and what progress, if any, the defense was able to make in cross?
I would characterize her direct as confusing. And I think that's because she was confused along the way, and she was confused in recounting the story. There were a lot of things that did stand out, one of them being that an MO was established. For example, the prostitutes that she talked about and the money exchange, that was really made clear that certainly we have prostitution for crossing state lines. Internationally, we also have drugs involved. She talked about carrying drugs on 2 occasions across state lines for Sean, and also mentioned KK, Christina Karam, and talking about how she knew about that. So I think that in terms of some of the things that we've already heard, she corroborated. But when we think about her testimony specifically, first day, second day, some very good points made in terms of the buildup in her relationship. But I think what happened even after she talked about the violence, when you start hearing about a love contract where somebody gets $10,000, and you start hearing about the fact that her attorneys are still being paid by Sean Combs, and her still calling Sean Combs her partner and showing love and affection, she, out of all of the people who have taken the stand to talk about that they were in a relationship with them, was the one who just, after a while, it's like a horn that you hear on an alarm in a car. After a while, you just kind of fades out. And for her, I think it was a little bit of, what's that?
I said desensitized.
Exactly, desensitized. And so I think that that's what happened with her. She probably could have left the stand one day early, in my estimation.
Okay, hold on. Nick, before you weigh in, we have Gentrix Shanga, who's a producer for News Nation, who is back with us. I'm guessing you just finished getting Kanye walking out of court.
Do you see me
Give us an
sweating?
update if
Do
you
you see
can.
me sweating? They told us one exit, then he ended up in another. But yes, Kanye West, yay, did arrive to court today about 11:20 a.m. There were rumblings that yesterday he was here, but we didn't know, you know what I mean, and that he might be here today. And then obviously it was confirmed. And as we all know, Kanye is a big supporter of Diddy, Sean Combs. And so he came and he was able to actually get into the courtroom, into the overflow where I was before I walked out to, type up notes for our network. But yeah, crazy moment. Everybody, it's Kanye. Like, when do you get an A-lister coming to federal court that's not, indicted or something? And so everybody was very excited to see that. He was wearing a cream colored suit, head to toe. He came in a black Maybach. It was really quick because now it's only 12 p.m. and he's already exited out. He wasn't an overflow. I didn't get a chance to, see like why they didn't put him into the main room. Usually friends, family, whatever are in the main room. But according to some of the other press that I was talking to, they put him in the overflow.
What was the mood in the overflow?
He said, well, from a report that I saw, ABC News shouted out, "Why are you here?" He said he's here for Sean Combs. So, it's to assume that he's here for him. On his way out, he didn't say anything.
What was the mood in the overflow?
The mood in can you imagine? You're just sitting there in the overflow. You don't even get to be in the main room. And then Kanye West walks in, not even thinking about it. So it's definitely one of surprise, one of just like, what is going on here. But I will get some more details for you. I was, trying to get as much details as I could before this. But as far as I know, that's what everybody from the overflow ran down after he left, and just to catch him walking out as well.
Well, we
Nick,
definitely we expected that we would see, pomp and circumstance, if you will, at this trial. We expected this, but I definitely didn't expect that Kanye West would just show up, sit in an overflow room for a few minutes, and then leave. So prosecutors and defense, they did not see him, correct?
Correct, because they are not in the overflow room.
Or the jury.
Now I did hear, and I'm still, working to confirm this, but I did hear that he was escorted in by Donaldson and one of Combs's children. So maybe there was a coordination between them with Kanye being really good friends with Combs in order to be able to get him to come inside. We also did hear yesterday that he landed in New Jersey, and so one can only think, what are you doing in New Jersey?
So let me ask the three of you. Does Kanye's appearance at court today help the defense or help the prosecution? Candace?
Really good question, Jay.
You know what? Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Candace.
You know what? I think it helps neither. I mean, the fact that the jury did not see him and should not hear about it later, which I think that would be very difficult once all these jurors get back home, it doesn't matter because ultimately it's up to those 12 jurors. And at the end of the day, if this is the celebrity that you can get to support you, it's not going to bode well for your defense because of his reputation. So that's just the bottom line.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like back in the day, Kanye West, maybe, but the nowadays Kanye West, that's the person supporting. I don't think it would play in his favor given Kanye West's own issues that he has going on.
Gentrix, what do you think?
I completely agree with them. When you think of the list of celebrities that Combs would have at all his parties, the people think he was around, and to hear the silence that is coming from many of them, and then the one person who, honestly, when it comes to the media's opinion, the public's opinion, they don't really think too highly of Kanye. So to have that as the only person coming in, at least publicly, to support you, I don't know what message really that's sending.
Well, let's go back inside the courtroom for a second with Jane on the stand.
Exactly.
And Candace, you were talking about, this horn just beeping. And after a while, her testimony is what I think credibility is a question here because She admitted to getting rent payment, getting her attorney's fees paid for by Sean Combs. How isn't that a conflict of interest?
Yeah, it is a conflict of interest on some levels, but legally not. Just a conflict of interest in terms of one's kind of or moral compass, yes. But legally, she's okay in that regard. But if I'm a juror, I'm looking at her and I'm saying, well, what is this? Because she, at many points, she did not know what it was. I also think that there were some times, especially yesterday, where she just, at one point, she said, I don't know. It just sounded like she was just tired. Like, please get me off the stand. I'm really kind of done here. She started sassing Tinny Garagos, and she really just made it clear, right? I see Jimchick saying yes. She just made it clear. Can this be over? And so I think that that point, we already knew that it should have been over. So it was just one day too much.
She had immunity. So is there any thinking that the prosecution had to compel her to take the stand, knowing that she might not be the perfect witness for the prosecution?
Oh, absolutely. And that was a point of contention for the defense, who said, listen, she's just on here because she's able to get immunity. She's kind of just completing this process to get immunity so that she won't be in trouble, but that she's really lying on the stand. That was more than insinuated. So I think that was also an issue too, because, if you're going to get immunity, why not? Because she was carrying drugs across state lines. She was involved in prostitutes. But then because her testimony was not that effective and not that clear, that, they were saying, hey, you know what? She's just on here ultimately to get immunity. Like, what she's saying is inconsequential. She's here for that end goal, here for herself.
We should also point out that she said on the witness stand that she still loves Diddy. We heard that Diddy is still paying for some of her legal and or housing expenses. That came out on the witness stand under oath.
Oh, absolutely. And a real surprise for everybody who was in the courtroom, in this spillover room. Like, who is that making sense for? The one way you could look at it is, all right, they have this love contract that was, lasting for 2 years. On the other hand, I think that it really shows power and control that is still exerted by Sean Combs. There's no way around it. If you are financially still bound to someone, we're talking about legal expenses, very, very expensive legal expenses, as well as this $10,000 rent. You are talking about someone who, even without, saying anything, there's got to be some type of control there. What control there is, I don't know, because if he signed up for thinking that she was going to testify in his favor, that did not happen. So, nothing.
But does this speak to the RICO?
And let me add to that. Let me play devil's advocate. You said it could be perceived as Combs having some kind of control. Could it also be perceived as someone who is willing to continue accepting financial resources from someone, knowing that they can easily reject it? A choice that she is making.
I think so. There was one point on the stand yesterday, and a couple of these witnesses have said, if I could give all the money back, I would, in order to get my life where it was. And so when Tinny said, okay, would you give back that $10,000 for rent? And she just paused, because that is a big contention. She's getting that paid, and she could not really answer, because she's been fighting for that $10,000. So I think that you're right in that, listen, could this potentially be seen as just a money grab? She's getting $10,000 from Sean. She's getting almost $5,000 from someone else, the baby's father. And $15,000, I think that there's just a point where the jury would have I can't relate to that, disposition, right? We've got a masseuse on the jury. We've got a deli worker. We've got some, financial analyst. Is that relatable? I just think overall, her testimony did not stick it well for me. Not at all.
And Nicole, you brought up the point of the day. Does this have anything to do with the RICO?
I'm always asking, when we do these, I'm looking for RICO evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, you are correct. Not at all. The only thing that we can talk about is if the jurors have the opportunity to think or look back at their notes at Dawn Hughes to think about the psychological trauma that perhaps she's displaying, and that's why she's so confused. That's why she can't remember. And then we get into the coercion, and that she was someone who just psychologically was in a position where she was unable to make good decisions for herself, where she was unable to understand what was going on. And that's why they wanted to bring Dawn Hughes. Ultimately, the judge said, no, we're not going to bring her back. But in that regard, yes. But I think that that's a big stretch for the jurors to try to marry all of that together at this point.
And let's talk about the jury for a minute. Juror number six. There's been some back and forth. The judge questioning that juror. What is going on with juror number 6?
Gentrix, you've been in the courtroom. What can you tell us?
Yes, there was an update today actually where they revealed what that issue is with juror number 6. They said it was a residency issue. So and that's pretty much as the judge was trying to say. He said he lives in the Bronx, and then maybe 2 weeks later he moved. So it's just they're kind of bringing up the idea of, if he's not even in this jurisdiction, how can he be on the jury? And so what the judge was trying to say was that it was a minor issue. We don't know where he lives now. We know that when he did the voir dire, when it was during the jury selection, he said he lives in the Bronx with his wife and his kid. And so the defense really is saying that this is a minimal issue here. If he's still during the voir dire, he was honest throughout this entire case. He's been attentive. Mark Ignifilo said this is one of the best juries and the most diverse juries I've seen in my 35 years. They come on time. And so for 5 weeks in, for them to just scrap him and put in the alternate, it doesn't really make sense. And it kind of seemed like Judge Subramanian was leaning towards that too. He said that it will be it will be a minimal issue, really. And so he said he's going to look over it during lunch and make his decision then. But for the prosecution, what they want to do is bring him in at the end of the day to ask him a bit, some more questions, maybe some clarifying questions, maybe something like his employer, it needed him to live in a certain area, and therefore, maybe that can explain it. And so
was it the prosecution that was kind of pushing for this juror to be removed?
Exactly. And Judge Subramanian also revealed how they even found out that there was this residency issue, is that he was talking to one of the court staff, and this issue slipped out. I guess it came out in just casual conversation. And then the court staff told the court. And that's when, the government then thought that it would be improper for him to keep going. And they raised this issue with the judge.
And for context, the defense did not want this juror removed because
exactly.
I understand he's the only black male on the jury.
He's not the only black male, but he's one of the black men on the jury. Yeah. This is I believe there's, I don't want to put a number on it, but there's definitely a couple more black men who are on that jury. And that jury consists of, the 12 main jurors consist of more men on there than women also. So who knows if that, helped the defense in their case. But yeah, so the judge said that he's going to look at that at the end of the day and see how they want to go with this.
Candace, the defense is going to start putting on its case. Is this an uphill battle? Do you think they've made decent amount of progress during the prosecution putting on its case?
Listen, I think that they've made a decent amount of progress, especially on cross. They've been very good at what they've been doing. Nicole Westmoreland and Tinny Garagos, all of the attorneys across the spectrum are amazing. But when they go to impeach a witness, they know how to do it, and they know how to do it well. And it's interesting to see their styles. I also want to say that, the defense is very good at their objections. They are on this case. One person might say on the one hand they're good in the objections, another person might say, okay, they're objecting so much, what are they trying to hide and not get in? But they are definitely doing their job. And I just want to piggyback off of what Gentrix said. One of the things that also came up in regards to this juror number 6, was that this is an issue that on appeal, which we know will be appealed, that you can't bring up. And Sean Combs agreed that, hey, you know what? Yes, this will not be an issue, this juror on appeal, because what attorneys will do is as soon as they sit down on the first day, they have a list of appeal issues. So they, in case it doesn't go the way that they want. And I would say that on one issue, when it comes to the defense, that crossing someone for purposes of prostitution across state lines, I think even the defense is ready to say, we're going to give that up. Like, there's no way we can convince a jury otherwise. And that's up to 10 years. So he might get, 3 years. It's not a lot. The math is okay there. But they will have a lot of work on the other side when they bring their witnesses. Hopefully there are character witnesses. If I'm a defense attorney, do we have a character witness that can speak on behalf of Sean? Do we have a forensic psychologist that can talk about what was going on with Sean and his drug addiction, his sex addiction?
Does Diddy take the stand?
I don't think so. Had KK taken the stand for the prosecution, I would have opened the door more for Diddy to take the stand, but she did not come for the prosecution.
Well, we heard the defense attorney saying that he was eager to take the stand. I don't think that they'll have him do so, but I heard he's eager to, because who better to clear your name but yourself? So that was put out there. I want to say last week, Mark Agnifilo said that Sean was eager to take that stand.
Yeah, that.
We're going to have to wrap it up there, folks.
All right.
Candace Kelly, our esteemed legal analyst, Gentrick Shanga, our superstar producer inside the courtroom, and my wonderful co-host, Nicole Johnson. Thank you so much for putting in another episode. I'm your co-host, Jay Dow. We're going to stay at it. Another episode of Dissecting Diddy next week. We are so glad that you could join us. We'll see you soon. Take care.
Bye.
It's the end of week 5 of Diddy on trial. The hip-hop mogul has pleaded not guilty to charges including sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, and racketeering conspiracy. He's facing life in prison. I'm Carlos Greer, senior reporter at Page 6, and I've got questions. Here with the latest on Diddy's court case is entertainment lawyer, former litigator, and legal correspondent Lisa Bonner. How you doing, Lisa?
Hi, Carlos. How are you today?
All good. Let's dive in. I mean, Diddy, he's more than halfway through the trial, and he's fighting for his life. You've been following this trial very closely. What have been the key takeaways from some of the testimonies this week? What stood out to you?
Well, Jane was on the stand for most of the week. We started the week with her cross-examination, and Jane was a very complex witness, as we have seen. The prosecution brought her to the stand to essentially show that there was a pattern of behavior and that Combs sex trafficked her.
Right.
Her testimony was very graphic. She was very detailed. At times she was crying and sniffling and all very much in her feelings, obviously. And so she did give a very straightforward and, like I said, heartfelt and graphic direct examination. However, when the defense brought her to the stand for cross-examination, they were very, let's say, direct in their questioning to basically want to set the stage, this show that Jane was there consensually. And that has been the defense's entire defense throughout this entire trial, that the alleged victims were there on their own free will. They had consent. They were free to leave whenever they wanted to. And however, each one that we have seen, from Cassie to Mia to Jane, have really shown a very complex relationship, if you will. They all showed allegiance to him. They all professed their love and adoration for Combs. And Mia did the same. And last week or 2 weeks ago, and Jane was really no different. But the defense was very, very defiant and very straightforward about really pushing back and really showing that she was very consensual in these alleged hotel nights. Right. So that was my biggest takeaway. She was a very complex witness.
Okay. And Jane and Mia, they are two alleged victims who are going by the pseudonyms Jane and Mia. So now we know who the three victims are.
Alleged victims.
The alleged victims. So we know who they are. How, now that we've heard from them, how have their testimonies moved? Well, how did Jane's testimony this week, how did it move the needle forward for the prosecution's case?
I've been thinking about this and really trying to analyze it from both parts, right? It's like I said, she gave very effective direct examination by the prosecution. Like I said, the defense was very effective, if I had to choose a word, to really talk about, and so all they need to do is show reasonable doubt in the mind of one juror. So, and her ultimate, I guess, motion, if you will, when she left and when Jane got off the stand, she hugged the prosecutor, Maureen Comey, and then went over to hug the defense lawyer. So in this instance, it was very like, what is happening here? It left a lot of us stunned, because we do know that she had met with the defense lawyers plenty of times before she was called over to be a witness for the prosecution. We also know that Sean Diddy Combs was paying her not only her rent, but for the lawyer that she has used in this trial. So she could have some, mixed feelings and have some type of allegiance. She did say that she loved Combs. So I can't really say about how I feel about her testimony. I don't think it was the strongest. She did seem to at times weaponize, if you will, the hotel nights. When we did see one allegation of when Combs was on vacation with another woman, for example, she said, "Hey, if you come home, I'll do a hotel night for you." But again, what I've talked about before, that the sexual trauma is not always one-dimensional. But I have to say, in the testimony that we saw, juxtaposing, and I'm not making any reference to people's trauma, only the testimony, Cassie's testimony was much more clear in my mind, in terms of the fact that she seemed to be this young, innocent girl at the age of 19, 20, who really turned over her career, her heart, her entire livelihood to Combs, only to have these alleged beatings, these alleged blackmail, and really different efforts to escape, if you will, and was lured back. So her testimony was very strong. Mia, the other, I won't want to call her, she's not victim number 2, because they're not alleging that she was sex trafficked. They were just trying to show a pattern of sexual abuse, if you will. She also came across very, very strong for the prosecution. Again, with each one of them had complex relationships, if you will, with Combs. But in terms of I don't want to call it the trauma, but I guess the behavior and the relationship that the two had. So when you look at Jane and how she came across, she was very witty. She clapped back a lot, and she kept trying to say, you cannot really commercialize and you can't put a price on my body. So it's going to really come down to, in Jane's instance, whether the jury believes that she was sex trafficked by force, fraud, or coercion, or they really thought that she was in it for the perks and the lifestyle and really was there because she had maybe ulterior motives. We do know that she said that she was not planning to sue Combs, but does she come across as a ex-girlfriend who wanted more and who was there to extract revenge on him because she really never got more? So that's where we are.
Yeah.
I don't really know how I feel about Jane's testimony at this point.
Yeah, and
it's very complex.
Yeah, and the defense is certainly pushing that narrative that these are women who wanted to be with Diddy for the fame, et cetera, et cetera. But there are a lot of stunning moments in this case. Friday, Kanye West, or Ye, if you will, he made an appearance. What was he doing there?
That is a very good question. I mean, it's hard to take anything that Ye does seriously at this point. So I certainly can't offer any legal opinion on it. A lot of times I feel as though he's just there to stir up controversy. I do know that he's been, in Combs' corner and posting, cryptic messages, if you will, on his social media posts, but I really don't know. He was there in and out. He was very brief. He wasn't there for any particular length of time. He popped in kind of, trying Thursday, alluding to the fact, if you will, that he might show up the next day. And he did. He came late and he left very early. So I don't know what he was doing there. I can't even really figure out. I don't try to opine on what Ye does anymore.
But Lisa, it is Diddy, so it's expected to be a media circus and celebs. But Kanye, he's a mega star and he's extremely polarizing. So, how does having someone like Kanye in the courtroom, how does that affect the jury and their opinion of Diddy?
Well, he was not in the courtroom. He was in the overflow room. So the jury probably did not know that he was there. Remember, they're not supposed to be looking at any kind of news coverage about it or engaging on any type of social media. So they might not have even known that he was present. And the court, is very, it's not as much as a media circus. I was there yesterday. It was not, there weren't very many protesters or free Diddy people. There weren't very many people out there outside the courthouse at all, except for, the smattering of news, the news tents and things. But it has calmed down quite a bit.
And so you're not seeing tons of fans or pro Diddy or anti Diddy people out there. What I mean, you just said it, but what was that scene like for you yesterday when you were outside of the courthouse?
I was there with another news outlet, and it was much less of a media spectacle than I had anticipated. There were, like I said, there weren't very many protesters. They had about maybe 6 or 7 different tents that were there that were broadcasting or filming, updates across from the entrance to the court, where people go in and out. And that was it. If you might not, it was very underwhelming from maybe, I think people have gone in and people have gone down and now they're just like, yeah. So it was very underwhelming.
Yeah, it wasn't the Diddy circus that you would expect. Got it.
So I think after 5 or 6, going into the 6th week of testimony, people have really
it's died down.
Yeah.
Well, I asked you this last week, and of course, I know that, it's up to the jury. But, there's only a few more weeks left. So based on the testimonies from these past 5 weeks, in your legal opinion, what are the chances that Diddy will walk free?
Well, let me just be clear. Again, we talked about it's up to the jury, and it's going to come down to closing arguments and, the jury instructions and things of that sort. However, just as we saw in the in Harvey Weinstein's verdict a few days ago, if you will, there is a very big possibility that he could have a split verdict. For example, Diddy could be found guilty, for example, just me opining on the 2 counts of transportation for the purposes of prostitution. They've pretty much clearly proven that Diddy had engaged and brought prostitutes across state lines for the purposes of commercial sex acts. And that's really clear in the statute. So he could be found guilty of that. He could be found, for example, guilty of what we talked about, Jane versus Cassie's testimony. He also could be found guilty of maybe 1 count of sex trafficking, just maybe 1. So it's so hard to really get into the juror's mind, right? And if you're not there all day, every day, we're not hearing the voluminous amount of testimony, if you will, that each juror is hearing all day, every day. And it's important to remember that we don't know who are the alternates and who are the jurors that are going to be deliberating. And so it's 18 people in there, and it's going to come down to 12 of those 18 in the jury room. And like we saw in Harvey Weinstein's trial, people have very strong opinions. And the reason I say it's going to come down to the jury instructions and the law is because what the judge gives, the defense and the prosecution work together. And I'm sure that they've been doing this already. And it's a very long and tedious and arduous process about really giving these instructions to the jury about what they are to consider in each count. And then you take that and they break it down and they break out what the New York statute is for each of these alleged crimes. So it is very possible, like I said, that the jurors could argue over whether or not that they thought consent was given in either one of these sex trafficking counts. They could also look and talk about the RICO charge, for example. Now, if we talk about RICO, the underlying, not the predicate crimes, but the underlying crime that they are alleging in the actual RICO charge is the sex trafficking. So they are saying that Combs used his commercial and human resources of his company to further his desires, protect and conceal his conduct and his reputation in furtherance of the sex trafficking. So that's what it basically comes down to. And through the RICO charge, as we've talked about before, you need to show only 2 predicate crimes. And we have talked about that they have shown very many of these. Some are circumstantial, but we do have direct evidence of the possession of narcotics with the intent to distribute. We have direct evidence of the fact that there are weapons charges. And today on Friday, there was someone, a special agent on the stand that talked about, again, the raid of his Los Angeles home and really discussed about how the arsenal of weapons that were there. Again, we saw this in Miami. We saw the arsenal of weapons that were alleged to be found in his home in Los Angeles with, magazines, AR-15, shotguns, rifles, some with scrubbed off serial numbers. So again, that is direct evidence of the weapons charges. So the predicate crimes, we only need 2. And then you have to, again, look at the sex trafficking allegations. Was there a pattern of behavior from Combs and his people that worked for him to carry out these hotel nights, these freak-offs? And were these consensual, or were these women brought in to engage in hotel nights and freak-offs by force, fraud, or coercion?
Okay, so what should we pay attention to next week?
I'm very interested to see, I think next week might be the last week of direct testimony. So I'm very interested to see who the prosecution is going to bring on. And I think we talked about this here before, Carlos. We've heard about Christina Karam and her testimony for the past 5 to 6 weeks. Very many witnesses have talked about their direct involvement with Christina Karam, who is Diddy's former chief of staff. It is also important to understand that a lot of the evidence that has come in from Christina Karam's phone, which was obtained by the prosecutors in March of 2024 at an airport. So it's, a lot of this direct testimony that we're getting from these witnesses have referenced Christina Karam and also the security guard D-Rock. Now, do we need them to come in? I would say they have done a very good job of proving this, that they have direct testimony from Christina Karam. But I'm here to tell you, as after sitting through 6 weeks and really listening to and reading and keeping up with this trial bit by bit, piece by piece, I think the prosecution's case would fall a bit flat if we don't have Christina Karam to be brought to the stand. Now, if the prosecution doesn't bring her, the defense might, which is why I'm saying that prosecution needs to get ahead of this, offer her an immunity deal because there have been some serious allegations where she has been alleged to have been involved with a lot of the procurement of drugs, the covering up of evidence, of trying to obtain copies of the sex tape from the Hotel Intercontinental. So there's been a lot of testimony repeatedly from each witness that has come forward and talked about Christina Karam or KK. So if they do not bring her to the stand, I am really going to feel like that it's falling flat, because you do need the big summation of her testimony to really show not only did he have his assistants, his underlings, if you will, but he also had lieutenants, people that worked very closely with him, not under their direction, but with him. And we do seem to have Christina Karam was the most prevalent witness who has been alleged to have been participating in a lot of these underlying crimes. And also, I would love to see the prosecution bring D-Rock, his security guard, to the stand as well.
All right, well, we'll see. Thank you, Lisa. Always good to hear from you and get your perspective on what's happening with Diddy.
Thank you for having me, and I'll see you next week.
All right, now to stay up to date on all things Diddy and his trial, visit us at page6.com and watch us on YouTube.
We've heard the accusations. We've heard the headlines. Now we hear from him. This is the case, Sean Diddy Combs. I'm David Usher. The pressure is rising. The world is watching. And in that exact moment, the man we once knew as Kanye West showed up to court, while the future of the jury is in question.
A former girlfriend of Combs, identified only by the pseudonym Jane, returned to the stand today.
What did you do after Cassie's lawsuit came out? I almost fainted, in fact. I think I did. Why? Sobbing, responding, because there were 3 specific pages that described what I experienced with him. Jane testifying that before that, Combs threatened to stop paying her rent. The jury also learning the day investigators raided Combs's properties in March of 2024. Homeland Security investigators visited her LA home too. They did not go inside. Jane saying in June of 2024, she pushed Combs and he chased her. He kicked the door down, literally off the hinges. I ran to my closet. Combs grabbing her. He put me in a chokehold on the ground, lifted me up by my neck, getting away. Later, punches. How many times did he punch you? Twice on my forehead and the eye area. Judge started the day talking about that mistrial request. He quickly denied it. You didn't get a Chanel bag that this other person did? Jane quickly responded, no, I got trauma. What is a Bottega bag? Jane snapped, I'm sure you have one. How much does a Bottega cost? Jane then added, how much does my body cost? Throughout cross-examination, Combs switched from leaning back in his chair to whispering to his attorney, passing notes to his counsel as they attempted to further paint a picture of Jane's willingness to be involved in the sex acts. We also learned today that the judge wants to have one juror in particular dismissed from this case. That's juror number 6. We did not get a lot of details on that.
In Lower Manhattan, we are learning more now about issues with a juror assigned to Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking case. The government wants juror number 6 removed. The defense calling this an effort to dismiss a black juror. A prosecutor disagreed and said that the government made this request because it appears the juror, quote, lacked candor. Today, the judge said he's going to make a decision before the end of the week.
The woman known as Jane, speaking softly, described a tumultuous on and off relationship with Sean Combs. But she says it became stronger and more loving after another former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, filed a civil lawsuit against the music mogul, claiming Combs beat her at her LA home, then forced her to take ecstasy and perform a sex act on a male entertainer. Jane acknowledged that drawn-out explosive night began when she pushed Combs' head into a kitchen counter.
Attorneys in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs are discussing whether a juror should be dismissed after the judge said he gave conflicting answers about whether he lived in New Jersey or New York. Now, earlier in the day, a surprise appearance from the rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. He said he was there to support his longtime friend, but he was not allowed into the courtroom and he left after less than an hour.
The saying goes, life imitates art. Sean Diddy Combs' art, decades of the bad boy persona while being surrounded by entertainment elites. At his trial, it's no different. A chaotic celebrity cameo and questions about the jury itself. Front and center for all of it, Lauren LaRosa, host of the latest with Lauren LaRosa podcast, where they have conversations that shake the room.
Yes.
Member of the award-winning Breakfast Club team at Power 105. Boy, there were some things going on today, Lauren. Let's just take a brief moment to show a bit of this chaos today.
Right here in the middle.
Kanye West. Kanye, why'd you show up today? You think about testifying?
Kanye, why are you here?
Kanye, who are you supporting? Lauren, what was going on?
Kanye West showed up.
Okay.
You know, to say what you want about Kanye West, but Kanye West is still Kanye West. And when he's in the building, you feel it. And when he actually arrived, I was literally in the building and you felt it. So you had, reporters and attorneys that were just there to watch the case coming back in and letting us know that we're sitting there like, hey, Kanye West is here. And this morning on the Breakfast Club, I'd actually said, because yesterday it was reported that this happened. And I was like, it didn't happen. But I was told that he was still in contact with the family, so we thought he was coming back. And someone said, hey, I saw your report this morning. I want to let you know what you said with Kanye. It's happening right now. Like, he's here. And I'm like, okay. So everyone goes outside because they want to see Kanye West and him arriving.
You described a scramble and you showed people running.
Oh my gosh.
It was tried to get that shot.
Oh, it was worse inside the courtroom.
He didn't get in the courtroom. Is that right?
No, he didn't get in the actual courtroom. He did get into the court building, though. And when I actually saw him, he was in the area once you collect like your phones and all your electronics to leave. I think he was trying to figure the best way to his car because the media was crazy outside. It's crazy because I am the media, but it was crazy outside. Yeah, he couldn't walk through. It was like no way he could have walked around.
For those just joining us on the case, or they come here for a summary of all of it, what's the backstory briefly with Ye and Diddy? What was?
Well, they've had their like ups and downs with Kanye calling him out and different things. But more recently, there have been Kanye has done a full I support Diddy, free Diddy situation. He was wearing the Sean John. He was trying to help Christian Combs bring back Sean John. There was a FaceTime or a phone call of some sorts that Christian had posted where he's, totally in support of Diddy. So he's just been very vocal about Diddy being free after saying other things.
And we know he's been controversial on many other issues. Now, Lauren, let me ask you this. A huge question now hangs over the court. The future of juror number 6 up in the air. The judge states there are some questions about the juror's candor and ability to follow directions. But before officially removing the juror, the judge will talk to him one more time. Here's what we know. Before it was juror number 6, the man was recognized as juror number 58. And we understand he's a 41-year-old man from the Bronx. He works at a correctional facility, listens to reggaeton and 90s hip hop. Hobbies include sports and fantasy football. What's going on, Lauren, at this stage of the case? What's happening?
Well, at this stage, the judge wants him out. The judge feels like, he can't be trusted to answer certain things honestly because of the back and forth with him saying, okay, I live in the Bronx at one point, telling a juror staff that he had moved to Jersey with his daughter and his daughter's mother is what caused all this what's happening. So I think, they're just trying to figure out if he can answer questions and follow instructions. And that's a fear. But Diddy's team is saying, hey, look, whoa. He is a black juror. It's going to be less diverse if we let him go. Please, we don't want this to happen. And there was even some rights waived today in court with Diddy waiving his right to be able to, after this all happens, say, hey, something's wrong here. I want to appeal if they let this juror stay.
Okay. More to come. I want to make sure that we talk to you about your observations of what actually happened during the case. And specifically, Jane, that's the name we're using. We do not reveal it publicly. But listening to your podcast and listening to your observations, I always said, Lauren, that you are as close to we can get to a juror because you're listening to it and you're hearing all the testimony in a way. You used the word confusing more than once with this testimony as it wrapped up 6 days of her on the stand. Talk to us about it.
I think that Jane Doe came in, and I had already known that they were trying to get Gina. I don't know if you know Gina. She's another recent girlfriend of Sean Combs, right? And I think what they're trying to do in addition to Cassie is further paint or fill the color in of, you know, the force, the coercion, the controlling you with money and all these things. And they bring her in to do so. And when she's talking on direct to the prosecutors, she's painting this picture of like, you know, she had no other choice. And, you know, he controls her. He pays her rent up until this day. He is affording her attorney. She, you know, was used for these sex acts and she was traveled and all these things. And then once she's on direct, it then she says out of her own mouth that there were certain times where she was okay with doing these hotel nights or freak offs when she got what she wanted, including like there was like a birthday that he set up for her where he wined and dined her and had all the romance, all these things, which is what she ultimately wanted that she felt like she wasn't getting. And they had a freak off night after that. Mm-hmm. And, you know, they asked her, well, you were okay with it then? And she said, yes, I was, because I got what I wanted, essentially. And to me, I'm like, if I'm a juror, it's really hard for me to see it the other way now, because it seems like you guys were kind of interchangeably, transactionally using each other. Right. There was physical violence that came in this relationship, you know, after the Cassie situation, the lawsuit dropped, and the video dropped. But prior to that, she had said that he had never been physical with her. And Diddy himself had even said at one point during their exchange, allegedly, like, hey, we've never been physical. And all of a sudden this lawsuit drops and these things drop and now we're physical. Like it was almost like he was feeling like he was kind of being put in a corner of some sorts as well. So I don't know. To me, I'm confused as to why the prosecutors thought that this was the best witness to leave the best thought in our mind.
Well, I know you'd explored the possibility that perhaps she testified that his behavior got a little nicer after the tape came out.
Yes.
And is this manipulation? Is that maybe one theory of the...
I mean, I'm not an attorney, but if I was, that's the only thing that I can think here is like, okay, he knows how to get what he wants when he wants it and how to control a situation, because it is ironic that all of these things happen. This lawsuit drops, this video comes out, and now this woman who you were straightforward with, right? Diddy's literally straightforward with her, telling her, I don't want to be in a relationship. I told you, I date multiple women. This is not what I want to do. And then all of a sudden you're my girlfriend and I'm spending more time with you. And, you know, there's all these, I'm depending on your friendship and I'm telling you, hey, I need your friendship and making, I didn't know that this wasn't consensual. I thought you wanted it. So to me, that seems like a mental flip. And you want to make sure that, you know, all of your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed if you're Sean Combs, because you see what has just happened in this other situation. But on the other side, in real life, you have her on the stand saying, I was okay with certain things as long as I got what I wanted. So it's just
interesting.
Yeah, this tug of war.
We wonder how the jury will reflect on that.
100%.
Okay, Lauren LaRosa, as always, the conversations that make the room shake.
Yes.
Okay, with the low riders, we'll see you back here on the case soon.
Yes,
Thank
you will.
Now, we've heard the analysis. We've read the news alerts. Now, see the courtroom through an artist's eyes. And also, picking up on what Lauren said, we're going to hear Combs' own words in recordings never meant for the public. The eyes of the world are watching for every detail from Lower Manhattan. But Jane Rosenberg's eyes are inside the courtroom, tracking every glance, every gesture, guiding her hand to show us the emotion since no camera can. Jane, welcome back. And I'm going to say why welcome back, because your first courtroom sketch was 45 years ago for NBC 40.
That's right, the very first one ever.
All right. Well, it's good to have you back. And with 4 decades of experience, let me just start broadly and say, how has this case been different from any other that you've done?
More sex.
Okay.
More details and
okay. All right.
More baby oil.
Okay. All right. Got you. All right. Well, fair enough. I mean, you ended up, usually the courtroom sketch artist is a part of it, but not necessarily in the headlines of it. But right off the bat, or certainly over the last course of it, you ended up part of it because there was an exchange with Diddy himself in court, right?
Yeah. During a break, he started motioning towards his face saying, I didn't know what he was saying. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear him. And then I finally heard it. He said, soften me up a bit. You made me look like a koala bear. And then I had to Google what a koala bear looks like because I didn't know. But they have a little white goatee. So I thought maybe that's what the likeness is.
And then you took the elevator with family members
And they
it's
said
a message for you.
they appreciated my unbiased artwork and coverage. They really thanked me for what I do. And then I said, but Diddy told me I made him look like a koala bear.
Yeah.
And they started giggling. And then
Right.
I just got out because the door opened on my floor.
Well, that was just another interesting aspect of a case that has had so many of them. What are the challenges for you in any case, and in particular this one, as a courtroom sketch artist?
Just the same old pressure. Look around, see what's happening, and capture it, and be aware of how much time I've got to go.
Yeah.
One witness was on for six days, I think, and
Right.
that was quite easy. And I couldn't even draw her likeness, so it was pretty fast. I just did a blank face,
Right.
so I could do a lot of those. They were simple.
I got you. But we rely on you to capture the emotion, and I want to show a few examples of what you sketched for Brianna, known as Bana Bangalan. This was when she was describing.
That wasn't Bangalan. That one is.
Oh no, who's this? Sorry, take me through that one.
That's Jane.
That's Jane on the stand. Okay,
Who's
great.
just
All right, tell me about that one because that was emotional testimony.
This one is. I forgot her name.
All right,
Mia. That's Mia.
That's right. So you have to protect their identity, right?
Yes.
So it's interesting, and yet try to give it some sort of emotive connection. Is that right?
Yeah, and if they cry, it's good because they have a hand at least covering the face. Otherwise, it's just a blank. And I'm sure people think it looks like an alien and wonder why is she drawing that alien on this stand.
Right, and this is all in real time. Sometimes you have time, like you said, with six days. Sometimes you don't have much. What's the checklist you go through in your mind? It's easier when they, I guess, wear something clearly identifiable. But what else when you're trying to make sure that you're accurately reflecting?
Each person is different.
Yeah.
I have to see the gestures, the facial features, the hair. Everybody's different. So I have to analyze what I've got in front of me and think, well, what is it about that person?
Okay. We do have a sketch. This was
this is the one where she held him.
Yes.
She described how Diddy held her over the. She was on a balcony and he held her over, dangled her. I don't know if it's possible to really lift somebody that high and dangle them, but that's what she said.
And I'm fascinated.
That's a picture of the balcony.
Right. And so you capture all that pretty quickly. I know she didn't hold her hands up that long. So you take like a snapshot in your mind?
Yeah. I have to understand the anatomy of what's going to happen and what happens with the clothing when the arm goes up.
And in that one, you also showed Diddy's face. Did that reflect maybe some of the looks that he had during her testimony?
Hopefully, probably.
Exactly.
I mean, and this one was Capricorn Clark.
Right.
She was another assistant who claims that Diddy kidnapped her and made her take a lie detector test. And this was her looking very emotional, took off her glasses. This is the end of her testimony. She got hysterical.
Well, Jane, we understand you're not accustomed to be out in front and center, but with this case in particular, there's a yearning for what's happening in the courtroom, and you're in the courtroom. So let me just, before you go, just your takeaways of being in that courtroom, what you're seeing, hearing, the emotion. We know at one point the judge admonished Diddy for some interaction with the jurors. Did you happen to catch that?
Yes, I did. I did know. I can't draw nods and shakes.
Okay.
Right. I can't draw them still, but I did see him doing nodding and shaking his head. I don't know if it's intentional for the jurors. I think he just does it automatically. Like if he's agreeing or if he's disagreeing, his head just does a lot of that. Although he did do some shivering when the courtroom was freezing, and he did try to capture the jurors, like connect with them when it was freezing in there.
Well, Jane, it's you have a witness to history in many ways.
Yeah.
Certainly a dramatic case. Thank you for sharing that insight.
Thank you.
With us. Refreshing your screen, doom scrolling through TikTok. We're all glued to our phones, waiting for the next big moment in court to drop. However, there are those lucky few who are seeing it in person. And our courtroom reporter, Erica Byfield, says it's not a simple process.
Because this is federal court, there's just so much we want to show you, but we cannot because cameras are not allowed in court. So I want to take some time, kind of tell you a little bit about what I see day in and day out as I approach this courthouse and what I experience when I go through those doors. Let me step out of the way. If you look here behind me, what you will see right now are the people who are lined up to go in court for the following day. They're lined up here. Many of these people are line holders because they are holding spots for people who want to get inside this main courtroom. And there's just a few coveted spots for members of the media and the general public. So if you want to get inside, most of these people have line holders here for them, or if you're here without one, you normally have to get here early in the morning, probably like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, just for the opportunity to potentially get inside. When you do go inside, you go through those doors just over there. When you get past them, wow, it is an experience that you may only see inside the airport, Apple Watch, anything like that. You have to hand it over to the marshals here inside this courthouse. You check it in, they give you this little metal thing that you hold on to. One day I lost mine. That was a big deal. At the end of the day, to pick up your electronics, you have to give that back to them so that you can leave and come back outside and connect with the world and let everybody know what's going on. The main courtroom that you have to be in, if you want to see Sean Combs in person, if you want to see the prosecution, the defense, the judge, the jury, sit in there, watch those witnesses on the stand, that is on the 26th floor of this courthouse. Overflow, though, is on the 24th floor, and then they expand and add extra rooms, just depending on the number of people who show up. But when you're in that main courtroom, that's when you can see the oohs and the ahs. You can see the jurors taking notes, all the behind the scenes things. I can tell you in the last few days, we've seen a number of tourists come here. We saw a family that said that they were just here on vacation. They saw the line. They were able to get in, and so they decided to stick it out because they wanted to see Sean Combs in person. When I've been sitting in overflow, most of the time, I happen to get here at a time where I have to sit in overflow. They're being kind of strict in there. The rules have changed because there's been some disruptions in the overflow room since the start of the trial till midway through. And because of that, they're now extra security in there, and we're not allowed to talk at all. So you're having to be rather silent as you're taking in all of this. But you can see the monitors up front. You can see the prosecution, the defense. You can see Sean Combs. It looks like a little pinprick, but you can see him there in that second row of the defense table. The prosecution sits up front. The judge is out of view, but you also have a really good view of the witness, while Jane in particular on the stand. We can see her dabbing tears from her face, taking moments, sighing, things like that as all of this unfolds. So this is how you get inside this courthouse. You have to arrive pretty early or hire someone like these people back here. But it's an interesting experience, and make sure, if you can, leave all your electronics at home.
Millions listened to his music. Thousands heard him accept the key to New York City. Very few heard the voice behind closed doors, but now you will. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joining me as we listen to some of the private messages from Sean Diddy Combs that turned into evidence. Danny, good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
Before we play this first one, which is introduced by the prosecution, in general, this is a case, as far as we know, Diddy's not going to take the stand. Yet, jurors will hear his voice.
Happens all the time, and more so as we increasingly are in a digital era. People send voice memos, leave voicemails. We've been doing that for decades, but voice notes are a thing now. And this is the kind of thing that even where a defendant does not testify, you will hear from the defendant, whether it be by video, by audio, or something else. So this is increasingly something that happens, especially in high-profile cases.
All right, well, Danny, a veteran litigator, knows the ins and outs of court. So we want to play this first clip, which was brought by the prosecution, and then get your sense of why or why not.
Yeah, that's my friend. I'm in Miami. I don't have a lot of friends out here, okay? She asked me if she could work out with me. I said, okay. You got to believe what you want. It's the last time you're going to cursing at me, disrespecting me over nothing. Like I'm a human being. I'm not going to lock myself up in a room and have no friends. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. I already told you that. And she just came over to work out. But I'm not going to be explaining to you. It don't matter if I just got finished the other day. I'm single. I could do whatever the I want to, but I didn't. You're straight flipping out on me. And I told you that you had one more time to do this. Flipping out on me because somebody came to work out with me at my house. You're nuts. So be sad, go crazy, do whatever the you want to do. Okay, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve being honest with somebody. And then every time they see somebody around, they like, I'm doing something, working out.
So, Danny, once again, the charges involve sex trafficking, coercion, force, racketeering. The prosecution introduces this for what goal?
Well, I think on the one hand, when it comes to coercion, it's not enough that somebody just puts pressure on you. Typically, coercion is something that involves some threat of physical harm. But another thing the government's been doing, and they do this very well, they're introducing evidence that just makes Sean Combs look like a horrible person. Because in reality, this is not a domestic violence case. Right. He's charged with crimes like racketeering and the Mann Act, which is interstate transportation and prostitution. So it begs the question, why all this evidence of him being a horrible boyfriend? Well, it makes him look like a bad person. But at the same time, I can't help but wonder if evidence like this isn't actually good for the defense in some way, because it tends to take the case more into the world of a domestic dispute and less about things like racketeering or human trafficking.
And that leads to perhaps why the defense introduced some audio of its own. Let's listen to that.
What do you want me to do to make you feel better? What do you want me to give you? How can we get to a solution so we can move on? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be in a relationship like this. I don't want to make nobody feel like this. Let's get to the solutions on how, in a graceful, beautiful, loving way, you know what I'm saying, in this cycle, move on with your life so you don't feel like I wasted your life.
What do you hear when you hear that?
Every time there's evidence that tends to show that Combs was just involved in relationship problems like lots of people have. I don't want to say everybody, because another theme here is that Combs's relationships are not like regular people's relationships. This jury has people who, for example, work in a grocery store at the deli counter. They're not going to be able to identify with somebody who's running around to Wyoming, to the Caribbean with many different girls and having freak-offs and baby oil and all these different things. The regular person can't identify that with that. But at the same time, it is good for the defense anytime they have evidence of this being more about a relationship or different relationships that are breaking up and less about coercion and the threat of physical violence. That kind of evidence, and even that first sound that we played, I think was not that bad for Combs.
We touched upon this earlier. There was some sense that maybe the prosecution trying to demonstrate, because Jane testified, his behavior changed after the tape with Cassie came out, seemed to get a little nicer, if I'm not oversimplifying. And the prosecution suggesting that's kind of the manipulation.
Sure, that was a major theme and a major point of contention between both sides, which is as soon as the Cassie Ventura information comes out, it's hugely damaging to Combs. He's now sort of creating, allegedly, his own positive evidence, making these calls and sort of acting like a very nice guy. And the prosecution, I think, correctly pointed out that this might be fabricated because he sort of knows he's in trouble, and now he's casting about to everybody and trying to seem like a nice guy. So I get both sides' argument. If you're the defense, you want all of that to come in. And you want evidence like that we just heard, where he's saying essentially he's having a conversation that would be more about people breaking up or considering breaking up and less about racketeering, less about trafficking, less about force and coercion.
I talked to Danny Vallow. I feel like I'm ready to be a lawyer. Thank you, my friend. We'll see you again. We thank you for streaming the case. Sean Diddy Combs. I'm David Usher. Until next time.
One second, people. I'm trying to find something else. I am on here running my mouth. Give me a second. Give me a second. One second, people. Do I get his recaps now?
Okay.
Hi, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for streaming with us. Week 5 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial, wrapping up with a surprise courthouse appearance. Grammy Award-winning rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, arriving with one of Combs' sons today, telling ABC News he was there in support of Diddy. Taking the stand today, a special agent involved in the 2024 raid of Sean Combs' Los Angeles home. He testified about what was seized from Combs' home, including 900 bottles of lubricants and 200 bottles of baby oil. The agent also holding up plastic bags of drugs taken from the home. Jurors seeing some of the actual firearms seized. The agent showing them the serial number on one rifle was scratched off. And testifying under an immunity deal, another one of Combs' personal assistants. He told jurors about preparing for what he called King Nights, his term for hotel nights or freak-offs, saying he played a role in obtaining drugs for Combs a handful of times. He said Combs had a Gucci pouch that he kept money and drugs in. That pouch, he said, was a must-have for Diddy during these nights. 55-year-old Combs has pleaded not guilty to 5 felony counts, including racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. If convicted, he faces the possibility of life in prison. Let's start at the federal courthouse in Manhattan. Chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky is there. And Aaron, we have to talk about this juror first. This juror who was just dismissed, spent 5 weeks listening to all this evidence, but he won't go to the deliberation room with the other jurors. What happened here?
It appears that the juror gave what the judge called inconsistent answers to a basic question. Where do you live? And during jury selection, the 41-year-old man said he had lived in the Bronx. In an offhand remark to a court staffer, he said that he had recently moved to New Jersey. And when questioned about it, the judge said he gave changing answers. Said he was spending 4 to 5 nights a week in the Bronx, but actually lived with his girlfriend in New Jersey. And the judge said it raised some real questions for him about the juror's candor and whether he had made a deliberate attempt to try to get himself seated on this jury. He said it may sound trivial, but the judge said for him, this really raised a question of whether he could follow basic instructions when it came time to deliberate the case. So he said he would remove the juror, but that wasn't the end of it. The defense attorney, Xavier Donaldson, stood up and said removing the juror, who is black, would make for a less diverse panel. And then another defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, stood up and said that alternate jurors and the original jurors just aren't the same. And then another defense attorney stood up, Brian Steele, raised a different objection. The judge promised to think about all of it and let the parties know if he changes his mind.
Okay, earlier in the day, Aaron, it was, let's call it a scene at the courthouse when Ye showed up. What was the reaction in the building?
Oh, it was a scene. Kanye West gets out of this luxury vehicle, the Maybach you see there, walks into court, shakes the hand, and he left after about 20 minutes because he was not allowed into the main courtroom. We caught him in the hallway. He told us that he was there to support Sean Combs. I'm not sure that Combs wanted his support because we had overheard his defense attorney saying to the court security officers to only let in people who are on the list. So he didn't make it into the main courtroom, was brought to an overflow room, and then he left after just a couple of minutes inside and did not return.
Okay, so Ye wasn't on the witness stand, but a former personal assistant of Combs was. What did that assistant say?
The assistant established a couple of things. Like other assistants, he said he procured drugs for Sean Combs, either bought them himself or got them from a guy that he identified as Guido, a drug dealer that other witnesses have mentioned as well. He also said he set up hotel nights for Sean Combs with the items that we've heard, the Astroglide lubricant, the baby oil, the lights that could cast the room in a red hue.
A federal agent also took the stand today. This is someone who was actually on the team involved in searching Combs' home in LA last year. What did he tell the jury about the search?
He said they found guns, and he showed the jury one of them with a defaced serial number. He said there were AR-15 style rifles. There was a Glock pistol, other things, including a drum magazine that can hold 60 rounds. It was loaded with 59 rounds of green tip ammunition. That's ammunition that is meant to pierce body armor. He also said, and the jury saw pictures of all this, they found 200 bottles of Johnson & Johnson baby oil and 900 bottles of Astroglide lubricant. The jury saw a picture of 18 boxes of it stacked on top of one another in the garage.
Aaron Katersky for us. Thank you so much. We're going to see some of that evidence in these pictures here in just a bit. Let's talk now to ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer. Before we get into all that evidence, we got to talk about Ye.
We're sitting there hanging out outside the court. It's actually pretty quiet. It's like eerily for Friday the 13th. And all of a sudden this black Maybach just pulls up, pulls back right in front of the entrance, and a crowd forms. And that's when Ye pulls up and he walks in, and he just walks in the court. Now this is him walking out, but same look, kind of walking in the court. You can see there on your screen, walking in, he goes into the public entrance. He's only there for 20 minutes. Now he, as Aaron pointed out, doesn't get into the main courtroom on the 26th floor. Instead, he goes into what's called the overflow. Not the initial overflow on the 24th floor, but almost by himself on the 23rd floor. And that's when some reporters notice that he's down there. He gets in there. He's sitting next to Christian Combs, Sean Combs' son, and some of the security as well. But when about 15, 20 reporters get in there, that's when he exits, only in the building for about 20 minutes.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the evidence that Aaron was just talking about that the jury saw photos of today. These are photos, the evidence, this stuff that was seized from his home in LA.
Yeah, I mean, big picture, guns, baby oil, lubricant, and drugs. That's what was mainly found. Now, the guns, I think is a bit of a red herring because there were 6 guns that were found, AR-15 style guns, pump action shotguns, a Glock, but all of those were inside of the area where the security guards, where Sean Combs hires, were in. And there's actually a closet or a safe where all those guns could have been found inside, but the agent didn't say whether or not they were inside the storage unit or outside, but we saw baby oil. I think baby oil stacked up as high as you. I think there were like 24 boxes of it just stacked in the garage. It was a lot.
Okay. Let's also talk about one of the things that we heard from Combs' former assistant about this video that was from one of these alleged hotel nights. What happened with that video?
So Jonathan Perez, who did get immunity, talks about inadvertently seeing this hotel night where he sees Jane and another man on this video, and he brings it to Christina Coram, someone who we've heard over and over and over again. That's Sean Combs' chief of staff. And she says, hey, delete it to some effect, or the next time you see something like this, bring it to me. And I think what the government is attempting to do is to show this net, this inner circle, this criminal enterprise that makes sure that these freak-offs or these hotel nights don't make it out to the public, and they're protecting the image of Sean Combs and others through that. And that's part of the RICO. But what we did hear on cross-examination, though, is something a little bit different, that there might not be a RICO.
Okay. That assistant also talked about how sometimes they set up king nights. Was that part of his job? What was that?
So that's a little bit of a different thing that I was alluding to. And Brian Steele, who cross-examined Jonathan Perez, got, I think, a very powerful point in this cross-examination, that although these king nights were something that he set up, it was only about 1% of his job. And here's the line of question I think that really Brian Steele brings it home. That he said he had nothing to do with his work. No. That he just did it because he's a nice person. Yes. And so if this idea is that Sean Combs is employing someone and they're doing the setup and take down of these king nights, and it's not part of his job, he's not employing him, he's not part of this criminal enterprise or this RICO, it's just someone doing a nice thing for him, then there's no criminal enterprise. And I think that's what Brian Steele is trying to chip away at.
Okay. We also have to talk about this juror situation, the dismissed juror. The judge made a ruling, but now it seems like there's a question.
It's weird. And at least in my over a decade of practicing, I've never really heard this before, where the judge makes a decision based on lack of candor. It appears there was some issue as to the residency of this juror, going back and forth, not clear based on what they said. Now, you have to be within the jurisdiction of where you are sitting as a juror. I can't sit in a jury in New Jersey. I reside in New York. So if you're saying that you have a place in the Bronx within the jurisdiction of the Southern District of New York, but you also live in New Jersey with other people, but you're also in the Bronx, That's kind of wishy-washy, both on a very independent issue, a very important issue, about jurisdiction, but also a lack of candor in terms of giving really detailed information. And the judge said that makes him worry about what he might have said about other things, that he might be like a stealth juror trying to get into the jury to rule one way or another. Now, the judge made a decision but said, I'll think about it on Monday. So where are we with that? Like that's kind of a question mark there.
Okay. Brian Buckmeyer, thank you. We always appreciate your help. Prosecutors in this case say that Combs used his sweeping business empire to commit crimes, violating the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, known as the RICO Act. So what are the RICO charges against Diddy, and how have these kind of charges been used in previous cases throughout history? Our Aaron Katursky has been bringing us all the details from court every day, and here he is again to break this all down.
It's one of the top searches on Google. Why is Diddy being charged with RICO?
So the Racketeering Act, also known as RICO, came about in 1970 and was really established to fight organized crime, but it's been morphed into prosecuting people in gangs, in legitimate businesses, etc.
So how does this decades-old law apply to Combs's case? Prosecutors allege his business empire was also a criminal enterprise, making him millions and enabling decades of criminal activity.
Basically, the government's got to prove that there was an enterprise. They then have to show that there was a pattern of activity.
That pattern must include at least 2 predicate acts, related crimes committed by Combs and others within 10 years to prove a racketeering conspiracy.
And then they have to show, of course, that the defendant, that is Mr. Combs, that there was a hierarchy, a structure involved, and that Mr. Combs either ran it or participated in it along with other conspirators.
Prosecutors allege Combs and his associates committed multiple crimes that would fit into this racketeering conspiracy. Kidnapping. Combs's former assistant Capricorn Clark testified Combs kidnapped her at gunpoint and made her come with him, threatening to kill Kid Cudi. Arson. Rapper Kid Cudi testified his Porsche was torched with a Molotov cocktail. Cassie Ventura, Combs' former girlfriend who was dating Kid Cudi at the time, testified that Sean wanted Kid Cudi's friends to be there to see the car get blown up in the driveway. Bribery. Hotel security guard Eddie Garcia testified Combs paid for what he thought was the only copy of the incident in the elevator lobby in 2016, the caught-on-tape beating of Ventura by Combs. Garcia told the jury Combs called him Eddie my angel and handed him $100,000 from a brown paper bag. Forced labor and sex trafficking. Mia, a former personal assistant to Combs, testified under a pseudonym that she was forced to work long hours, at one time going 5 straight days without sleep, and subjected to a cycle of physical abuse by Combs. Mia was one of 3 of Combs's former assistants who alleged similar working conditions on the witness stand. Mia tearfully testified about alleged instances of sexual assault by Combs, including an allegation that he raped her on the bottom bunk of her bedroom in his Los Angeles home. These claims of sexual abuse could fall under the predicate act of sex trafficking. Cassie Ventura also told the jury she was manipulated to participate in sex acts against her will. Transportation for the purposes of prostitution. Recall that Cassie, during her testimony, said she was directed by Combs to use his travel agent to book travel for escorts for the sole purpose of freak-offs. And finally, possession to distribute drugs. 2 former assistants of Combs testified that they procured illegal drugs for him on multiple occasions. One assistant, Capricorn Clark, testified she witnessed Combs giving drugs to girlfriends and friends, something both Cassie and Mia told the jury. The RICO charge alone carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. The defense says the evidence shows Combs may be a flawed individual, but is not a racketeer. He's pleaded not guilty to all charges and denies running a criminal enterprise and denies any sexual assault or abuse.
Our thanks to Aaron Katursky for that explainer. Still ahead, our legal experts weigh in on the week's testimony, prosecution versus defense. Who came out stronger? And later, more on that surprise appearance from Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. Welcome back. Thanks for streaming with us. With week 5 of the trial coming to a close, let's take a look at the wins and losses for both sides. For that, Brian Buckmeyer is back as the defense, and for the prosecution, Bernardo Villalona. Let's start with today's witnesses. Okay, Bernardo, you go first. How do you think they did today?
So in terms of today's witnesses, we had a show and tell. So the detective from HSI was able to show and tell the firearms that were recovered from the house of Sean Combs. And why is that important? Why he may not have been charged with possession of firearm, it does corroborate some of the testimony. Remember, there was an incident where a witness testified that there were 3 guns on the lap of Sean Combs as they went to try to see if they could get Suge Knight. Corroboration. It also paints Sean Combs as a person that is violent, especially when you're talking about racketeering conspiracy. You're thinking about mobsters. That's the visual you have when that officer showed that long gun in front of the jury like that. You're like taken aback. So jury, in terms of what happened today, I think the prosecution did a great job. In terms of having the personal assistant testify, also win because you got the drugs, you got the setup of the hotel rooms, and you also have that you were using Combs Enterprise money and resources to try to organize these hotel nights and to pay for some of these items that are used in hotel nights and to deliver these drugs.
So a number of things. One, the guns were found in the area where the security works, right? And there's also a safety box there where all those guns could have fit in. Now, if a predicate act would have been the possession of a firearm, especially a defaced firearm, then the defense would be a lot more worried about this case, but not. In this home, unlike the one in LA, there were no guns in any of the residential parts of the home. No guns in Sean Combs' bedroom. That would have been an issue. But Sean Combs, like every other American, is allowed to employ security to protect them. Am I a little worried about some of these bullets with a green edge that's supposed to penetrate armor? Maybe. But I don't know who's coming after Sean Combs. No one's coming after me. I'm not a celebrity. But Sean Combs sees more security than the average person. The drugs looks like personal use to me. It's about drug distribution, not about the possession of drugs. That's a state charge. So what's found in the home, I'm not concerned about.
You have a personal assistant delivering the drugs. So now we heard personal assistant, security guards, plus Jane delivering drugs. You have 3 different sets of people delivering
from
drugs.
What we heard of this Jonathan Perez witness, as Brian Steele cross-examined him, he had specific roles as a job and other things that he did because he was a nice person, because he wanted to befriend Sean Combs. Because if you're in Sean Combs' sphere, you want to make sure you're on his good side, because being on the good side of a multi-million mogul and icon, you're going to go a lot further.
But that's still not an excuse or a defense. So if I give you drugs, I've done deliver drugs.
But that doesn't make you a part of my criminal enterprise. That doesn't make you a part of a RICO.
Even if he's on the payroll.
Not if I'm not paying him for that.
But even if you use him for any bit as your employee, he is answering your call and your direction.
There
and
is
again,
no call of direction,
and again, and again.
Let's talk about Jane, because she actually took up the majority of the week. Okay, for the prosecution.
So in terms of Jane, I think to make the case, you have to go back to her entire demeanor while she was on the stand. And this is why I say that I was in the main courtroom doing her entire testimony. Reading the transcript does not do it justice of how this woman came off on the stand. Why do I say? No disrespect, but she's a weak woman. The stuff that Sean Combs was pulling on her, there's no way that it would have passed with me, with you, Eva, or with the average woman, right? He preyed upon her weakness. She was much weaker, 100% much weaker than Cassie. And I think because he preyed upon her weakness, that's where you get the coercion.
How? Explain that. How is Jane much weaker?
She was so gullible. She was so gullible. But let me tell you, Cassie was much more gangster than Jane. When you look at her and how she refers to Sean Combs and how she was at his beck and call, and she believed everything, that she was willing to do anything he said. And let me flip it. Even if we take out Jane and just focus on 2 recordings, yes, having to deal with phone calls. In December of 2023, once that lawsuit dropped, Sean Combs wanted to cover his butt. When he recorded those 2 calls, KK recorded those 2 calls with Jane, where he was trying to change her mind as to what her reality was for 3 years, that is consciousness of guilt. And I will focus on that if I was a prosecutor.
Brian, as the defense.
Jane, so you go back to the charges. Jane is an alleged victim in the superseding indictment to sex trafficking. You require force, fraud, or coercion. The only force that we saw here was started by Jane when she smashed Sean Combs' head into a counter. And that force was not used to effectuate a freak off or a hotel night, even though something happened after that night. That was about jealousy. So let's put force to the side. Coercion. What's the coercion? That she entered into a love contract where he would pay $10,000 for her rent, that she said that she wanted to have a big home for her family. Where is the fraud? There is none. Those elements don't make it here.
The fraud in terms of the times that he tricked her to get on a plane to get her to come to a location.
We are
So we know
sadly
that.
out of time because I know the two of you could talk for many, many more hours about this. Thank you both for being here, Brian, Bernardo. Coming up, the celebrity appearance that has everyone talking. Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, is the biggest celebrity to show support for Combs so far. So what's the relationship between the two rap icons? Welcome back to The Burden of Proof, the case against Diddy. Today, there was a surprise celebrity appearance at the courthouse. Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, telling ABC News he was there to support Combs. So what's the relationship between these two rappers? Let's bring in ABC News contributor Kelly Carter, who covers entertainment and pop culture for us. Okay, Kelly, we haven't seen much of any celebrity support for Combs. Ye turning up like that today. Is that a big deal?
Yeah, that felt pretty colossal because as of right now, he's the only celebrity that's been pretty vocal in his support of Sean Combs, and most certainly is the only one who has shown up in court to support him, or attempted to show up at least.
What's the story between these two? How long have they known each other?
Yeah, they've known each other for a really long time. I think what's interesting is that they both have kind of similar origin stories, that they both went away to college to kind of pursue that American dream. And then they both dropped out of college at exactly the same time, you know, around 20 years old, to pursue their interest in the music industry. And they both are renowned music producers. And that really is, you know, the thing that kind of connects them similarly before they became artists. And what's interesting is that the two of them have had kind of a recent complicated friendship, you know, as recently as 2022, when Kanye West tried to sell some t-shirts that Sean Combs thought were problematic. You know, he said that he thought it was really tone deaf, to which Kanye West replied and sent screenshots of their relationship, kind of indicating that they really weren't friends. And that was in 2022.
Okay, let's be real here too, because Ye has had his own drama in recent years. What impact could all of that have on this trial?
Probably not the impact that Sean Combs' team might want it to have. You know, Kanye West, obviously, when we talk about him, we're probably talking about someone who has been sending out problematic tweets, and we know for being problematic, you know, and I don't know if that's the kind of person that they want to necessarily align themselves with right now. I mean, he is grabbing headlines, not on par with Sean Combs, of course, because he's on trial, but he most certainly is grabbing non-flattering headlines himself right now. So I don't know if this is the type of thing that paints Sean Combs in a better picture, you know, than he is being painted right now.
And interesting, he wasn't in the main courtroom today. Kelly Carter, thank you so much for being with us. And thank you for joining us. We'll be back with new episodes every day of the trial. The show streams right here on ABC News Live, Disney Plus, and Hulu weekdays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific. For even more on the Diddy trial, make sure to follow our podcast, Bad Rap, The Case Against Diddy, hosted by our very own Brian Buckmeyer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen. I'm Eva Pilgrim in New York. Have a good rest of your day.
Welcome to TMZ Live. Charles here.
Alex Michelson filling in for Harvey here from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
Indeed. Thanks for being here again. And the Diddy trial taking a turn now because Jane is still on this witness stand. Jane is the ex-girlfriend testifying under that pseudonym, but she is talking about a moment where it certainly sounds like Diddy was absolutely desperate and sort of circling the wagons. This was just a couple of days after Cassie had filed her lawsuit, and we know that the very next day he reached a settlement with her. for $20 million. But after that lawsuit was filed, it seems clear now from what you're about to hear that he was worried about the other women in his life and what they might be saying to law enforcement. So this was a phone call. This came up in court. This is the transcript of a conversation between Diddy and Jane 3 days after Cassie filed her lawsuit. And just listen to the tone of what he was saying. He says, talking to Jane, "Hey, I really need your friendship right now. And that's it. I can't even talk on the phone. Like, please don't send no texts or do nothing. People misread it and blank. I don't know what the blank." And he added, "My love is definitely true." You know what I'm saying? We just into some kinky blank that I thought we both, enjoy. And Jane only responds with a mm-hmm. And the reason she's so hesitant, she's read the entire lawsuit and is definitely feeling some sort of way about this, knowing she's been in a relationship with him this whole time as well. And this is what she eventually says to him: "I've been crying for like 3 days. I can't even sleep." Like, just reading all that, it's just so like word for word. Like, word for word is crazy to me. Like, it just feels sick in my soul, So he's concerned that she's going to talk to talk to a lawyer,
right,
or even worse, law enforcement. And she is just like, now she's seeing this other side of the mirror. Like, she knew about Cassie, obviously,
right,
but didn't realize what had happened.
Pattern and
right.
Yeah.
Didn't realize the violence that was going on, that had gone on in that relationship. So for her, this was really shocking. Remember, she had been through a violent incident with him where he was chasing her, and she testified about him kicking in a door and chasing her. So for Jane, this was clearly a moment where she was going, "What are we doing?" And she testified they went on a break after that.
And interesting, his first instinct is basically like, don't say anything.
Right. Everyone's got to be quiet.
And so this whole time, Jane has been testifying that she kind of felt like the secret, that he wanted to hide her and just have these hotel nights with her and didn't get the same treatment that these other more public girlfriends were getting. But she said today that, after the Cassie lawsuit, he started acting way more loving, way more affectionate, and that their relationship actually began to grow. So I think it's just super obvious here what Diddy was trying to do and kind of laid the groundwork for, oh no, I'm in this healthy, committed relationship and like we're good, right?
Yet they did go on a bit of a break, right? From December until her birthday in February of
Correct.
24.
And then they reconciled in February. Yeah, correct.
So she is still on the stand today, Janet, and still under cross-examination. What's the latest that she's been testifying about?
So today she testified, they started with an event that happened in January of 2024. And actually this morning, the prosecutors, the defense, and Jane's attorney were in the roving room for over an hour before court even began. And they were arguing about whether or not the people involved in this January 2024 Vegas trip should be named publicly or not. And this involves Jane's previous testimony about an unnamed rapper and his partner, and that she went to Vegas with this group of people, including the rapper, and that she walked into the hotel room and one of the escorts that her Diddy had used previously was there having sex with a woman, and everyone was watching. So Jane testified about that and said that this is an icon in the music industry, someone that was close with Diddy. But yeah, there's a lot of back and forth today about whether or not those people should be named publicly.
Right. And as of this point, they've said they're not going to name them. But certainly you have her on the stand saying there's an icon in the music industry.
Do we have any guesses?
Well, we're not going to do that. we're not going to do that because we don't want to get in trouble. Yeah. But Diddy's lawyers on cross-examination have really shown that at times Jane was very much into this.
Right.
And now you have her testifying today that there were other people in the music industry that either knew or picked up on this vibe. So is she damaging to the prosecution's case here? Because if she's in it willingly.
And is it coercion if she's a part of it? And we talked about earlier this week that she sort of incentivized him. If you want to be back with me, I can give you more freak off sort of thing.
I just wonder how this is all playing for the prosecution and playing, most importantly, for the jury. Joining us now to discuss this, someone who's been following the trial just as closely as we have, Teray, the music journalist, and also has his Substack Culture Fries, and he is joining us right now. Teray, welcome back, man.
Thanks.
What do you make of Jane this week? She has been the star witness, had been a witness. She was called as a witness for the prosecution, but I'm wondering how the prosecutors are feeling.
Several aspects of the Jane story right now are very interesting to me. She does, or let's say Tenny Garagos, give her credit, does seem to elicit Jane numerous times saying she liked it or she accepted it or she was okay with it. There was a story about a very gracious birthday party, a very generous birthday party for her. And she said, after that, I felt like doing it for him to give him something in return. Now, she has already noted that she knew what her responsibilities were within the relationship. And as we've noted in this segment already, the government is hot on the notion that Diddy was feeding her and others messages, knowing that he would be in this situation later. So the love bombing that happens after the Cassie lawsuit drops should perhaps be reconsidered as like that. They didn't actually enter into a healthy relationship. He was just performing that in hopes that later it would be believed that they were in one. But she does say that we were in the lifestyle, that others may have even thought that we were in the lifestyle. And that is something the defense and perhaps the jury can cling to as saying, wait a minute, how can we say it's coercion when you're like, hey, we're swingers, we're in the lifestyle.
Yeah, right. And it wasn't exactly a secret that Diddy was into some maybe freaky stuff, even for the general public. That wasn't exactly a total secret.
It was one of those, things that people sort of buzzed about, but now we're hearing all the details in this case.
But the buzzing today, Charles, is who is that other rapper, right? And as far as a legal matter, it doesn't matter. But in the internet streets, we want to know who is that other rapper, who is married, who is an icon, who would have a wife, who would be willing to do this sort of stuff. I don't know. I think it's somebody who's been on your show.
I think that there are internet sleuths who are
I get what he's
figuring all this out. And I'm sure you can find them online with their guesses that we are not mentioning here.
You said when Diddy is calling her and saying, hey, we were into some kinky, right? He's telling her what to think. So he understands. We should understand he has a guilty conscience in that he knows he has done something wrong. And he is telling her, right? We were just walking out of the bank together. We didn't take any money, right? Right?
Yeah.
You don't hear that.
Yeah.
So bottom line, we it's clear that Diddy may not be the greatest person of all time, but the big question at the end of the day for the jury is, did he commit the crimes that they're alleging?
Did he sex traffic?
What do you think so far, based off of what you've seen?
I mean, Harvey and I have argued about this a little bit on this show. I see the government's case, absolutely. I see that there are employees of Diddy's who are helping him facilitate and conceal the sex trafficking of Cassie. And Jane, even if you waffle on whether or not she was sex trafficked, it just shows that there was a machine that they could feed another person into and go right back to doing the same thing. Cassie is controlled and coerced in multiple different ways, from I'm going to release the tape to your album will never come out. I control your housing. I am violent towards you. I am love bombing you. Like all these different ways of controlling her. So, it's clear to me that you cannot use your employees in your legitimate business to facilitate and conceal crimes in your other side business that you're doing.
Well, to that point, Teray, we should say that transcript that I was reading earlier, that was a recorded conversation, and the person who recorded the conversation between Diddy and Jane was Christina Coram, his chief of staff. So
But that's
there
the
you go.
other
I mean,
big
yeah, I
thing,
mean, that's
is
to
that
your point.
That's
Yeah.
the other thing we're talking about today, that Matthew Lead from Inner City Press, who does fantastic work, pointed out he does not think, as a veteran court watcher, that the government has enough time to do Christina Karam. So that he now does not think that Christina will be called to the stand. I don't understand that. I think they need her. I think that she should be called to the stand. I don't understand how she would not be called to the stand.
You would make time for someone who is that close.
Unless the prosecution feels like they don't want the defense to have a shot at her. But if the prosecution doesn't want her and they called her a co-conspirator, the defense has got to call her.
Right.
I mean, right? Like if you guys don't want her, she's got to be able to tell a story for you. She should be on the stand at some point. Because I mean, like, this is the core to understanding whether or not this was an enterprise, a criminal enterprise or not.
Right. Yeah. And that's the RICO charge. Well, Teray, thanks for being here, man. We're going to be checking back in with you, I'm sure. Everyone can catch Teray's work on his Substack, Culture Fries. Appreciate you, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Later, guys.
One other thing that's happened in court, there is a juror that may be excused from the case. There is an alternate that would go in his place, but the defense is very upset about this. The reason that he may be kicked out, reportedly, he's been sort of snickering at times during testimony, and the judge is obviously not down with that. But if he does get removed, and that should be addressed later today, he is a black male. I think he's black and Hispanic. And the defense obviously wants to keep that person on the jury because they think that he's going to, be favorable to their side.
And they may have a sense of what he's thinking based off of the fact that he's snickering.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Depending on what he's snickering, they may know.
Whole point. Both sides might know where he's headed.
We'll see how that turns out. All right, we are going to take a break. When we come back, President Trump, even as there are ICE raids and protests over the ICE raids going on across the country, he decided it was a good night for the theater at the revamped Kennedy Center.
Do you hear the people sing?
Yeah. Yes, Les Mis he took in, and the
Oh man, honey. Now, Mr. Matthew thinking that they don't have enough time to do KK. This shit is crazy. That's all I can tell you. It's getting more weird, and I'm gonna have to go to certain spots in the transcript to try to make sense of it. But like I said, when you have the transcripts and you go to the back to see what are they fighting about, child, you get at least a 95% picture of what's going on. What I wasn't able to see, moving on to Lori, Daybell, Vallow, Daybell. And what somebody did tell me about that goddamn niece. I don't know, and I forgot. I be having a lot going on. I forgot, child. Let me see. I want to hear closing arguments. Hold on. y'all want to do an experiment? Let's see. Y'all want to see what it would take to get involved with a dude that got all them women and we ain't doing no freak offs, but see if we can do don't that sound crazy? They were Donald Addison. She's still living. I got to find that niece. Okay. We done miss Lori. We just missing everything, y'all. Help. I need help. And you know how civilized I am. You know, I like people to keep it straight. I heard Sky say, you know, and I know you probably hate me, this and the third, but can you play that video? That's civilization. I deal with civilized people. No, I don't hate you. I don't like you. But yeah, you can get the video. I'll play it. I'll upload it. Civilization.
Who would want to kill you? That is a question that Officer Mary Ann Robb asked Brandon when she first arrived. That's a question that Detective Pillar asked Brandon when he spoke with him. Brandon Boudreaux gave the exact same answer to both of these officers. He gave them two names. Lori Vallow, the woman seated over here, and Alexander Cox. He told them that he believed his shooting had something to do with an incident that occurred in Chandler in July of 2019, a couple months before this. He pointed them to that. He told them that Lori Vallow had lived in Texas and that the Jeep used in this shooting was from Texas. And then he told them what happened, how he had come home that morning. This Jeep was parked unusually close to his driveway, waiting. That he noticed there was no tire on the back, that he noticed that Texas license plate, that it was a two-door Wrangler, and then he noticed that window go up. He saw the rifle come out. He saw what he believed was a silencer at the end, and then he heard and saw that bullet that hit the frame of his car, shattering the window right near his ear, causing that loud bang that he heard when that struck right near his head, mere inches away from him. Brandon drove off and called 911, actually panting in panic from what he had just experienced. This defendant's co-conspirator also drove off to try to escape, immediately calling this defendant's soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell, and Googling a way to get back to Idaho Falls, sort of through back roads. The names that Brandon Boudreaux gave the police were correct, but Brandon had no idea of the amount of planning that had gone on leading up to this October 2nd shooting. As you've seen and heard in this trial, much of this conspiracy, this planning, this premeditation occurred in Idaho. So what I'd like to do is go through the evidence. discuss it all together in a timeline that might make a little more sense than the presentation during trial and show you how it all fits together. Show you how all of this evidence points to one conclusion, that this defendant was involved in that conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Next, I'd like to talk to you about the jury instructions. Go through some of them specifically, and then talk to you how this evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And finally, I want to talk to you about, I'll call them so-called defenses. Maybe that there was no shooting at all. Perhaps Melanie did it, or maybe just that this defendant wasn't involved. And we'll discuss those options. So let's start. With a timeline that you heard from the beginning of this trial starts around June 25th, when Brandon Boudreaux learns that this defendant has been feeding lies to his then wife, Melanie. She has been telling Melanie things like Brandon hacked into her computer, that Brandon was gay, that Brandon was trying to take her temple recommend away. Brandon told you that he had heard these things from Charles too, this defendant's husband at the time, who had told Brandon that his wife, Lori Vallow, was telling Brandon's wife lies. What did we learn from this? Brandon, in fact, texted Lori about this, told her, why are you spreading these lies about me? Why are you destroying my marriage? And as you learned, she didn't respond. Then you heard about that July 11th, 2019 incident in Chandler, Arizona. The one that Brandon, both to Officer Rob and to Detective Pillar, said, this has to do with this incident. What you learned from Detective Duncan, who came here, was that on July 11th, there was an incident. Lori Vallow was there. It was at her house, and Alex Cox was there. In her garage was that 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas plates LWD 0997. And you learned that Alex Cox has his own vehicle. He doesn't need to borrow his sister's. He can drive his truck anywhere he wants. As Brandon's divorce is progressing and he's seeking a mediator and working through that, this defendant and her brother moved to Rexburg, Idaho. You were provided with various documents from search warrants, both through Detective Duncan and Lieutenant Hermosillo, through Lolly Time iCloud accounts for this defendant, showing that she had emailed Blue Skies, that she rented an apartment up there. We see that she was searching for areas up there. We also saw that her brother, Alex Cox, moved right up there with her. Now, you heard from Brandon that part of their divorce, Melanie moved into her own residence, and they put their community home up for sale. And on September 13th, when their home had sold, but it was still pending, he rented that house at 3875 East Phelps Street. He told just a handful of people that address. Melanie Boudreaux asked for it on September 17th, and he provided it to her. Why wouldn't he? The only other people who knew that address were his two neighbors and a couple of friends, 5 people. But the only one that knew this defendant and Alex Cox, the woman that she referred to as her mom, that was her mom figure, this defendant, Lori Vallow, is the only one that would have known that address so that Alex could go there later. We know that on September 25th, Brandon moved into that residence. And he moved in early because his then soon-to-be ex-wife was leaving out of town. We know in the same time period, Melanie knows the address. The plan is already starting. Alex is searching for places to shoot. He is also looking for tint shops, not a tint shop for his Ford F-150, because if you lay in the back of the truck, of course all the neighbors can see you. He is going to borrow this defendant, his sister's Jeep, Melanie Boudreau's mom. And so he finds a place that will tint that Jeep as dark as possible so that even in the daylight, no one can see into the back, so he can lie in wait. Oops. Oh. All right. We saw that not only does Alex search for and get to Dan's windows, and this is important. You may say, well, who cares? Of course we know that. We heard from Dan Moss. But when you start thinking about the other searches to these Gmail accounts and you want to authenticate them, you know that these are legit. Why? Because here's Alex searching how to get to Dan's, and then what does he do? He shows up there with this defendant's Jeep so that it can be tinted. What do we know? We know again from Dan that they spent $200. They're in Idaho. This Jeep is already tinted. Why would you ever put additional tint on that Jeep? It's not even your primary car. We see Lori Vallow driving her little Nissan Rogue all over the place because you need a vehicle that you can hide in the back of and that you can shoot out that back window from. The burner phone. We heard this morning from Nick Balance, and he talked to you about both the records that you have seen that were admitted, as well as now the Google location data and cell phone analysis. What do we know? That on September 25th, when that burner phone was purchased at that Walmart, Alex Cox's phone is there, and Lori Vallow's phone is using a cell tower in that area. They drive out of town to a different Walmart to go buy this phone. Lori Vallow doesn't live in Idaho Falls. She lives in Rexburg, but her phone is in Idaho Falls talking with Melanie Boudreau. What do we know the next day? Alex Cox activates that burner phone. That burner phone is only going to be used for one trip. The trip to Gilbert, Arizona and back. This is what you learned from Nick Balance this morning. That again, Alex Cox's phone tied to that Google account is showing right there in the Walmart. This defendant's phone is also in Idaho Falls, utilizing a tower at that Walmart. Then we know on the 26th, when we're activating this phone, Melanie Boudreau flies up here to be with the defendant. We know at this time, Brandon Boudreau has the kids, and we know that they have an agreement. Brandon will keep them Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. Wednesday, October 2nd, he will hand them back to her, and they will stay with her. So when he's shot and killed, it won't matter because she'll have the kids. It'll be fine. They know, because it's the plan, that their youngest gets dropped off every morning. Brandon will pull up to the park and let her know he's there. And so all of this information is known. Now, how do we know it's known? We know by the timing. And so we'll go through that. But remember, this is when Melanie's coming up and spending 3 days with this defendant. She has to be back Monday. Why? Because she's going to take the kids like she always does. Again, we have Alex Cox preparing for this shooting. We know he's not only practicing, but he's trying to figure out trajectory. What do we know? That this is a moving car. Alex Cox is going to have to try to fire out the back of a Jeep at a moving car. And ladies and gentlemen, he came pretty close to being successful at that. We know that Melanie flies back to Arizona. And then we have the beginning of the trip and the beginning of this defendant starting the giant alibi defense that she does. Why would anyone ever take someone's cell phone and carry it around with them? Why would you take someone's cell phone and do that? Why would you make phone calls between each other than to ensure that it looks like Alex Cox is still in Idaho? They think he has a burner phone. No one will even know. Great idea, other than we know he hooked it up to his Google account. So we know that the afternoon of the 30th, Alex takes his phone over to his sister's apartment. It stays there or with this defendant until he returns on the 3rd. We know that at about 5:15, Lori Vallow searches how to remove the back seat of the Jeep. Alex Cox still is there, and now she is helping him get ready for his trip. She has his phone, she's giving him her Jeep, and she is helping him make it more comfortable so he can lie in wait in the back. They had to remove the tire, and they had to remove that back seat. We know that sometime that evening, Alex Cox leaves Idaho and moves towards Gilbert. We heard from Detective Pillar that there was an LPR reading for that Texas license plate LWD 0997 at around 8:10 outside of Rexburg, Idaho. We know from the balance that there is no phone activity until we see the phone arrive in Arizona. We also know that the Jeep is in Arizona. So we have the burner phone and the Jeep, and Alex Cox is Googling in Arizona. Holbrook, we see that LPR reader showing the Jeep with no tire on the back, so they can open that rear window exactly as Brandon explained. This defendant's Jeep. What do we know is that, again, the burner phone is calling one person, this defendant's husband, Chad Daybell. We see that Alex Cox is in Arizona with other physical evidence. What is that? It's that receipt from Los Favoritos that was recovered inside the Jeep in Idaho. So we know the Jeep is down here. As much as the defendant wants to tell you about colors or whatever else, her Jeep was here in Mesa on October 1st of 2019. We can just stop pretending that didn't happen. We know as well, when we look at those Google records, we're trying to authenticate them, that the Los Favoritos was on Power Road in Mesa, and after having lunch, Alex Cox Googled another location on Power Road. Now, this defendant, in aiding this conspiracy and helping her brother, starts by renting that storage unit. Now, she rents that on October 1st. She also still is in possession of her brother's phone. So this way it looks like Alex Cox is going with her to the storage unit. She's providing that alibi because they don't think that the burner phone has hooked into this Google account. They don't know about the LPR readers. They don't think about the receipt. So Lori Vallow provides his alibi and she brings the phone with her, and we know that Alex Cox's phone is with this defendant as she's renting a storage unit. Even though we know from the video, he's not there. She's alone. When you watch these videos, and if you want to, they're obviously admitted, you will see one person get in and out of that car, and one person go into the storage unit. And that one person is this defendant, Lori Vallow. So even though Alex Cox's phone is here, that's just a ruse. That's her aiding. That's her conspiring. That's her trying to cover up this murder for her brother, who is the shooter. What we know as well is by October 1st, we know the Jeep and Alex Cox are here in Arizona. And we know that that evening of October 1st, he Googles that address. The address that only 5 people knew. The address that this defendant's niece, the person she said she's like a mom for, that's where her ex-husband or soon-to-be ex-husband is living. He Googles 3875 East Phelps Street, even with the zip code into it. And then he gets directions there, getting prepared, knowing where he needs to go the next morning. Why? Because again, Melanie and Brandon have a very set schedule, and they know that Brandon's going to drop off the kids and then meet Melanie to pass off their youngest, and Alex will be waiting at home. We know the next morning, Alex Cox Googles again the address for Brandon's home. We know that that morning, Alex Cox's burner phone is utilizing towers near this defendant's niece, Brandon Boudreaux's soon-to-be ex-wife's home, Melanie Boudreaux. And we know that the calls that he is having are with this defendant's husband, Chad Daybell. And we know that by 7:22, Alex is moving towards Brandon's home. He knows that Brandon is going to be leaving to take the kids to school because Melanie knows the schedule. And he will be waiting when the kids are dropped off. The morning of October 2nd, Brandon has a very normal schedule. He's got to get his kids to school. He leaves around 7:25. He drops off his first kids at school, and then he meets with Melanie and drops off their youngest. Melanie does not know that Brandon is going to work out. Normally, he'd go home. Alex would be waiting there. But instead, he went to the gym. Now, again, we've heard a lot of questioning of whether or not a Jeep existed there or not, but we all know that it's this defendant's Jeep. But we also know that a neighbor across the street saw the Jeep there, and not only saw it, but knew something was wrong. He told you that it was parked on the wrong side of the road, nose to nose with that white van, that it was running, that it had really dark tint. And in fact, he told you he was so thinking it was out of place that he actually looked in his rearview mirror to try to just see what the license plate was, and he noted it was a Texas license plate. He told you it was just a dark Jeep, whatever color that is. And we know at this time period, again, this defendant's burner, or this defendant's co-conspirator's burner phone is still calling one person, and that is Chad Daybell, this defendant's husband. Now, we know that this defendant has been carrying around Alex Cox's phone, the phone subscribed to him, the one that if you looked at, you'd be like, oh, there's where Alex Cox is. Look at that Wi-Fi. She's been carrying it around, and now she knows if at 7:40 there's going to be a handoff of the kids, you need to make the alibi, 8 o'clock. And so at 8:02 Arizona time, she has Alex Cox's phone call her phone, and there's a fake 24-minute call. Look, Alex couldn't have done that. He's up here in Idaho with me. Of course, Brandon was at the gym, so it's a little early, but still, it's an alibi. Can't have run down to Arizona in those next 40 or so minutes. So we know, of course, that while that fake call is going on, the Idaho Falls burner phone is in Gilbert, utilizing cell towers that are in the area of 3875 East Phelps, and Lori Vallow's Jeep is parked right outside of Brandon's house, waiting for him to return home. We know that 20 minutes before Alex Cox shoots at Brandon, Lori Vallow's phone gets a call from Melanie Boudreau. Here they are, still talking and conspiring, trying to figure out what's going on. Where is Brandon? Brandon returns home about 9:13. Alex Cox has been waiting there now for almost 2 hours. He returns home and sees that Jeep. Just like Robert Abitamarco, he notices it being parked really close to his driveway, and it stands out to him. And of course, then he sees that window open and that barrel come out, and this gun shoot at him and almost hit him. We know from Lynette Mendoza, who had a Ring camera, that just a few seconds before that shooting, her Ring camera had shown a black car, and you just see a bleep of it in the beginning as it kind of jumps, go by that corner. And then a few seconds later, you hear that loud bang. When you look at the time on that Ring camera that you have admitted, it matches up with that 911 call, with when Brandon is calling in to say he's just been shot at. Like Brandon said, loud. You've heard a lot about the color of this Jeep. Even when we look at photos of the exact same Jeep here, they all look a little different. You have the DEA one that looks almost silver or brown, I don't know. You have an upper one from Chandler that looks a different gray with a dark gray, and then you have the one from Dan Moss that looks more greeny colored. What do we all know? They all have the same license plate on them. They're all this defendant's Jeep. So when we're talking about color, that's just everyone's perspective. What do we know in actuality? That Brandon's Tesla was shot by a large round, that it hit the corner of that glass that went up into the frame of his vehicle, that it left a divot in the glass, and that somehow the police, in trying to search a giant block radius, were not able to recover those pieces of the projectile. We only have a few fragments of it. But everyone who has worked these scenes knows that's a bullet hole, and those were projectile fragments. And that was a gun that Brandon saw, and that's a shot that he heard. Immediately after hitting Brandon, Alex Cox takes off and is searching for directions out of there. And you saw those, and you saw a map as he went east, and those matched with the cell phone and cell tower records that Nick Balance told you about. Brandon is on the phone with 911. Alex Cox is fleeing because he knows Brandon's alive. We know that the other part is that while this is going on, while Alex is searching for his way home and has been talking to Chad Daybell, knowing now that Brandon's alive, what do? They go hide the tire and hide the seat. So the timing of those videos when Chad Daybell, person who is talking to Alex Cox, and this defendant go to the storage unit is as Alex Cox is calling him and telling him whatever as he's fleeing to go home. So we know that they arrive there, and you can watch these. By they, I mean Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. And we know that they bring in a tire and what looks like a seat. You can actually see Chad rolling the tire in. And again, why is this important? This is this defendant who has helped take the tire and seat out of her Jeep to make it available for her brother to take his guns down to Arizona to shoot at her niece's soon-to-be ex-husband. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about this conspiracy. As time goes on after the shooting, we know that, again, that burner phone and that Jeep are returning back to Idaho. In fact, Alex Googles all the way to Idaho Falls Airport. He knows how to get home from there. While he's doing that, again, we're having the storage unit. Let me do this. What do we know as the Jeep is coming back? It's back in Idaho and around Rexburg around the time of 3:54 and 4:28 when LPR readers note the Jeep back up there. What do both this defendant and Alex Cox do? They're both searching, trying to get the news. Brandon shot? Did he die? Did he live? What happened? Do they have leads? And again, when we talk about the Jeep and this idea that somehow it's not this defendant's Jeep, that she wasn't involved in this, we know that there was gunshot residue, characteristic particles that are unique to just gunshot residue located in the back of this Jeep, not on the seat or the floor, but on the windows. Why? Because when a gun is shot inside of a car, that dust goes everywhere. And that's why they were able to collect that. But do we know that even though this is the defendant's Jeep, Alex Cox's DNA is on it? So let's talk about the jury instructions. I want to go through a few of them in specifics and then talk to you about the charges. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proof, as we should, and we always will. You're told that the burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And you're told that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. That there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. When we talk about reasonable doubt and that burden of proof, I want to start with what it isn't. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not proof beyond all doubt. It's not proof beyond all possible doubt. It's proof beyond any reasonable doubt. And I'll give an example. When Kyle Mueller was on the stand and he was questioned about gunshot residue, he was asked, for instance, if a bunch of hairspray could cause the GSR in the car. And he said, well, maybe like one of the particles, but not all three. So maybe if all they had found, possibly you could say that was a doubt, but is it a reasonable doubt that hairspray caused the GSR in the car? No. So let's talk about direct and circumstantial evidence. And that's because we have a mixture of both here. So direct evidence is evidence that a witness saw, heard, or otherwise sensed an event. What Brandon told you about that happened that day. What Robert Abotumarku told you about. That's direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a fact or facts from which you may find another fact. And you're told the law makes no difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. So I'm going to give you an example here as well so that we can understand what you can do with circumstantial evidence and why it is so important. Assume you are seated on a beach and it's in a cove and you can see on each side, you lose sight of people. While you're sitting there, you're the only person on the beach, there's no footsteps there, and you see a person come from your left, walk in front of you and go to your right. They go around a corner, you lose sight of them. A couple minutes later, someone comes in and says, hey, did you see anyone come by? And you say, yeah, they just went that way. That is direct evidence. You saw it. Now imagine you're on that same beach, same situation. Sand is smooth, you close your eyes for 5 minutes. When you open them, you see footsteps now on the beach. You can see the toes and the heel. So you can see the direction as it crossed again from your left to your right, but you don't see a person at all there. You know your eyes have been closed for about 5 minutes. Someone comes up and says, hey, has anyone gone by? And you go, yeah, I mean, in the last 5 minutes, someone went that way. That is called circumstantial evidence, and you are able to infer from that that someone went by. So let's talk about the crime. The conspiracy to commit first-degree murder requires that the defendant on or about October 2nd, 2019, with the intent to promote or aid in the commission of first-degree murder, agreed with Alexander Cox that at least one of them or another would engage in conduct that constituted first-degree murder. I'm going to go through a few things, then I'm going to talk about them all together, because these jury instructions really have to be considered as one. So conspiracy. When we're talking about conspiracy, we're talking about the defendant agreeing with Alex Cox and others to engage in that conduct, first-degree murder. That she had to intend to promote or assist, and that's going to be very important here, in the commission of that conduct. She doesn't have to be the shooter. She has to promote or assist it. And that the intended conduct would constitute the crime of first-degree murder. Again, doesn't have to be completed. That's why it's conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Proof of the membership. You're told that one may become a member of a conspiracy without knowing every detail. She doesn't have to know how long Alex is waiting there, what type of bullets he's going to use. The evidence must show beyond a reasonable doubt that the conspiracy was knowingly formed and that the defendant or other persons participated in the unlawful plan with the intent to promote or assist the carrying out of the conspiracy. In determining whether a conspiracy exists, you should consider the actions and statements of all of the alleged participants. So you're going to have to look at everything and look at what this defendant did to promote or assist that conspiracy. So, first-degree murder. Again, I'm going to just note that conspiracy means the parties agreed to engage in that conduct, so it doesn't mean there has to be a death. They are conspiring to kill someone. So we know that someone shot at Brandon Boudreaux and came very close to causing his death. They have to intend or knew that he or she would cause the death of another person, which when you are shooting at them with a rifle, that is what you are intending or knowing. And they acted with premeditation. Talk about premeditation and then we'll wrap it all together to discuss. So premeditation means that they intended to kill another person, and that they formed an intent or knowledge and then reflected on it. Now, in Arizona, premeditation does not require some long, drawn-out plan. Reflection can be very fast. But in this case, we have premeditation that is days and weeks before this. We're talking about September 23rd, 24th, 25th, all the way through up to October 2nd. So this premeditation is above and beyond what is required by the law. This defendant started helping when they went to buy that burner phone, when she loaned her Jeep to allow it to be tinted, when she Googled how to remove that rear seat, and they took off the tire, and she kept it with her. Then she rented a storage unit and put it in there. When she kept her brother's cell phone and kept it with her as she went around Idaho. And when she made that call between those two phones, right around the time of when the shooting was supposed to occur. That is the aiding and the promoting done by this defendant. That is her acts. That is the conspiracy. But again, you look at all of the evidence to see how does that fit in. It's not just someone holding someone's phone. If that were it, sure. You might wonder what's going on. But you can't look at these facts simple and separate. You have to look at the actions of everyone and see how that fits in with all the evidence in this case. This defendant didn't just go buy a phone at Walmart and that was that. This defendant didn't just rent a storage unit and put her own personal property in there. This defendant didn't just decide to loan her Jeep to her brother and then decide to take the rear tire off it and the interior seat out of it. She did all of these things to aid and promote this first-degree murder. When we're talking about defenses in this case, there are potential ones we'll talk about. You've heard in this trial that maybe there was no shooting. There's not even a first-degree murder because I believe there were some thoughts about that the hole in his car was made by a tire iron or whatever other defenses there were. But what do we know? Yes, there's a shooting here. Brandon's car has a bullet hole in it. There are fragments from that bullet hole in there. There's damage to his glass consistent with that location of the bullet hole in his car. Brandon called 911 out of breath from the fear of having just been shot when that bullet hit the frame of his car right near his head and shattered that window next to him. The Ring camera and that gunshot that you heard. Robert Abitamarco putting the Jeep there is idling there. So, is that a defense? No. There was a shooting. So what else? And we've heard something about Melanie doing it. She had a financial motive. And I'm not here to tell you that Melanie wasn't involved in this. I'm telling you that this defendant was also involved in this. When we talk about a conspiracy to commit murder, there can be multiple people involved in that conspiracy. There were multiple people involved in that conspiracy. Melanie Boudreau is the only one that had the address. So yes, she was involved. But was she it? No. This defendant helped ensure that her brother could help Melanie by killing off her soon-to-be ex-husband, by loaning him the Jeep, by helping make the Jeep available and accessible to fire out of, removing that rear tire, removing the seat, allowing him to put the dark tint on it, and taking it with him. And then providing that alibi over those days while he was gone to help cover up that he was the shooter. I think she also said maybe she's not responsible for what her brother has done. But we know she is responsible. She is a co-conspirator. She is assisting, she is promoting in this crime. We know from the 25th on, she is helping to get the phone, to get ready, to make the Jeep ready, to cover up for her brother, to hide those extra parts, to Google how to even get the Jeep ready, and eventually also trying to figure out what went wrong so they could then determine what to do after. Brandon Boudreaux knew who was involved. He may not have seen who did this. The defendant has tried to explain away the evidence and questioning witnesses, asking if it's possible for a single piece of evidence to mean something other than what everyone knows it means. Is it possible that a Coke bottle broke in the street and one little shard stayed there right where Brandon Boudreaux's Tesla was located when it was shot? A shard that looks just like the glass from his car in the driveway inside the seats. Is it possible that a tire iron made that bullet hole in the Tesla? Is it possible that the GSR in the Jeep is hairspray and fireworks? Is it possible that a Jeep with Texas plates belonged to someone else who wanted to kill Brandon? Is it possible that Alex was in Idaho and called her on October 2nd at 8:02 for those 24 minutes? Don't fall for the defendant's questions about what is possible when the evidence shows exactly what occurred. The only explanation when we look at all of the evidence together is that this defendant conspired with her brother and others to try to kill Brandon Boudreaux. The state asks you to look at all of the evidence, not just the is it possibles, and find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right, the defense can give its closing argument.
When a family breaks apart, it is a tragedy, with the devastation far-reaching, affecting many people. I am not exempt from tragedy, none of us are. But what we learn from it is most important. Because of this experience, I've studied the law and the judicial system, and that knowledge will stay with me forever. When we experience tragedy, we can grow stronger from the experiences, and then those experiences are not all negative. You would think that often people in my position would feel defensive or angry. And from where I'm standing, I understand that very well. But I don't feel any of those things. You have watched me under pressure, under scrutiny, and even under attack. And I have shown you that I'm not on any of those things.
I'm going to object to character evidence and testimony that's not in
Sustained.
evidence.
Ms. Daybell, can I have you pull that microphone a little closer, please?
You can't be upset with people who are forced to look at your life from a distance or judge it through a lens that's being intentionally distorted or being at least very limited. Like the lens the state has shown you on this event. There's so much more going on that is not included to your view. The law prevents some of these things from being shared
I'm
in
going to
trial.
object, Your Honor, to improper.
Sustained.
You have seen opinions formed by strangers trying to put together a narrative. I have shown you that basically there is no defense to what a person did not do or did not participate in. Other than what you've seen, which is no evidence that I made an agreement to commit a crime, because no such evidence exists. So I'm not defensive. I'm not angry. Nobody has all the pieces to this puzzle. It is complex. Like most families, this is a complex issue. And like the state, I was not there. But there is no agreement, no plan, no game. I am no stranger to tragedy. The breaking up of a family is tragedy. On June 25th, 2019, Brandon Boudreaux decided that I was responsible for his family tragedy. And I'm really sorry that he feels that way.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to object again to testimony.
All right. The jury is reminded that what is said in closing statements or closing arguments is not evidence. It is not testimony. The intent of the closing argument is for each side to argue what the evidence shows. Go ahead.
I did and have supported my niece Melanie when she suffered tragedy as a young child and during this terribly difficult time in 2019. We read the text from Brandon to me on June 25th, 2019, where he claims that he will never stop until he proves that I am responsible. Well, here we are, almost 6 years later, and I'm charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. In order to have a conspiracy, 2 or more people have to make an agreement to commit a crime. There is no such agreement between me and my brother Alex, although I did love my brother Alex.
And I'm going to object again, Your Honor, to testifying.
Sustained.
There is no agreement that was shown to you between myself and Melanie Boudreaux, although I love Melanie.
And I'm going to object again to testifying.
Sustained.
I cannot tell you what happened that day on October 2nd, 2019, because I was not there.
And I'm going to again object to testifying, and please strike everything the defendant has said.
All right. The defendant is admonished. You cannot argue things that were not admitted into evidence.
The prosecutor wasn't there. Law enforcement wasn't there. Only Brandon knows what happened before he called 911. Only Brandon said he will not stop. The fact that I supported Melanie in her time of need does not make me against Brandon. I had nothing to gain by Brandon being hurt. Brandon has worked with law enforcement for almost 6 years to make sure that I pay a consequence.
I'm going to object to misstating the evidence.
Sustained. The jury will determine what the evidence did and did not show.
Your job is to determine if I committed a crime, this crime, a conspiracy, an agreement, not cleaning out a garage, but an agreement to commit murder. You did not see an agreement. You did not hear an agreement. You heard Detective Duncan say that he had spent hundreds of hours going over my iCloud accounts. They have 19 years of my accounts. Text messages.
And I'm going to
calls.
object to misstates the evidence and no.
If there was an agreement.
Hold on. The objection sustained. The jury is reminded that they will determine what the evidence did and did not show. Go ahead.
If there was an agreement, they would have showed it to you. There is no agreement. We've all experienced tragedies in our lives, and naturally people want someone to blame, someone to pay a price. My brother is no longer here. We can't ask him about that day. There were things presented in this case that I did not know.
And I'm going to object again to testifying, Your Honor, and ask to strike.
Sustained.
Things that I saw, I thought.
And again, I'm going to already ask to strike.
All right. The defendant cannot testify to things that were not testified to from the witness stand.
Because this is the theory the prosecutor wants you to see, it is limited. How can we say clearly when the law only allows for a skewed view of things? The devastation this family has gone through is the tragedy. After almost 6 years, it's time for healing. Thank you.
State wish to give a rebuttal, please.
Thank you.
All right, the state has the burden to prove the defendant guilty, and since they have that burden, they have the right to open and close the argument. Go ahead.
The defendant wants you to think that Brandon has it out for her. She has tried to insinuate that Brandon was involved with working with Detective Pillar for years just to get her. But what you heard was that Brandon has actually been working with law enforcement on multiple investigations, and that in fact Melanie Boudreau is a subject of multiple investigations. So again, as the defendant sits up here and tries to portray and paint a picture for you of her innocence and sadness and family tragedy, she again misrepresents what was told to you at trial. She tells you there was no plan, but she ignores the facts and the evidence of a very obvious long plan. A plan that started when she began, this defendant, Lori Vallow, meddling in Melanie and Brandon's marriage. And when that marriage was finally ending, this defendant continued to help her cousin, or her niece, Melanie. She continued to aid her. And what we see in every one of these bits of evidence is a core group of people. This defendant, her brother Alex, Melanie Boudreau, and Chad Daybell. The four of them working together. Do we need to have words, a video? No, we do not. That is why there is that jury instruction on direct and circumstantial evidence, because you look at what is going on here and it screams to you a conspiracy by this defendant, by Melanie Boudreau, by Alex Cox, and by Chad Daybell to kill Brandon Boudreau. Every action you see there, the defendant would like you to look at them individually and pretend that they don't all point to what happened on October 2nd. But everything they did leading up to then shows you a way to cover up and prepare for the murder of Brandon Boudreau. When we talk about a plan and this defendant's actions, the most obvious and screaming piece of information is this defendant holding on to her brother's phone for days, holding on to the 480-351-9120 number for days while her brother is gone, with her Jeep, without the rear tire, without the back seat, with a gun with him. That is part of the plan. That is the assisting, that is the promoting, that is the conspiracy that this defendant wants you to pretend doesn't exist. We don't need words. We have actions that are obvious, and they're done by this defendant and her co-conspirators. The state asks you to look at everything together, regardless of how many people want to cry up here, regardless of how many people want to try to testify. This is not evidence. What is evidence is what was presented to you in trial, and each piece of that tells you this defendant is guilty. And so I ask you to find her guilty of the conspiracy to commit murder against Brandon Boudreau. Thank you.
We've heard the accusations. We've heard the headlines. Now we hear from him. This is the case, Sean Diddy Combs. I'm David Usher. The pressure is rising. The world is watching. And in that exact moment, the man we once knew as Kanye West showed up to court, while the future of the jury is in question.
A former girlfriend of Combs, identified only by the pseudonym Jane, returned to the stand today.
What did you do after Cassie's lawsuit came out? I almost fainted, in fact. I think I did. Why? Sobbing, responding, because there were 3 specific pages that described what I experienced with him. Jane testifying that before that, Combs threatened to stop paying her rent. The jury also learning the day investigators raided Combs's properties in March of 2024. Homeland Security investigators visited her LA home too. They did not go inside. Jane saying in June of 2024, she pushed Combs and he chased her. He kicked the door down, literally off the hinges. I ran to my closet. Combs grabbing her. He put me in a chokehold on the ground, lifted me up by my neck, getting away. Later, punches. How many times did he punch you? Twice on my forehead and the eye area. Judge started the day talking about that mistrial request. He quickly denied it. You didn't get a Chanel bag that this other person did? Jane quickly responded, no, I got trauma. What is a Bottega bag? Jane snapped, I'm sure you have one. How much does a Bottega cost? Jane then added, how much does my body cost? Throughout cross-examination, Combs switched from leaning back in his chair to whispering to his attorney, passing notes to his counsel as they attempted to further paint a picture of Jane's willingness to be involved in the sex acts. We also learned today that the judge wants to have one juror in particular dismissed from this case. That's juror number 6. We did not get a lot of details on that.
In Lower Manhattan, we are learning more now about issues with a juror assigned to Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking case. The government wants juror number 6 removed. The defense calling this an effort
We're on the record. The parties are present, the jury's not present. We were informed about a half hour ago that the jury reached a verdict. We'll go ahead and bring in the jury.
Making sure my phone was off. All the rest of the jury.
All right, the jury is present. Everyone can be seated. We have a 4-person. Has the jury reached a verdict? Yes. Will you hand the verdict to my courtroom assistant? All right, the clerk will read and record the verdict.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona, in and for the County of Maricopa, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2022-00-1242-001. Verdict, count one. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count one, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about October 2nd, 2019, as follows. Guilty. Signed, foreperson. Are these your true verdicts, so say you one and all?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right, on the court's own motion, I'll ask the clerk to poll the jury.
Juror number one, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number two, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number four, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number five, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number six, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number eight, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you at this time. I have one more legal issue I need to resolve before you can be released from the admonition. So please just hang tight in the jury room for what's hopefully a few minutes, and then we will let you know if we need your further service. So please retire to the jury room, and please, the admonition still applies.
All rise to the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. And aggravation phase, we're prepared to proceed with. I'll ask the defendant. Yesterday, you indicated you didn't want to proceed with that and you would rather admit those aggravators. Is that still your desire?
I will still stipulate, Your Honor, even though I object to having an aggravator phase at all.
Okay, so the state has alleged this is a dangerous offense. Do you understand? And the state has also alleged that this particular crime that you've been found guilty of involved the use or of an accomplice. Is that the extent of the aggravators that you want to prove up?
To the jury, yes, that's all we were going to ask to do.
All right. So, Ms. Daybell, do you understand you have the right to have a jury decide whether or not those aggravators are proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
I do understand that.
And do you understand that by admitting those aggravators or stipulating to them that you'd be waiving your right to have a jury do that?
Correct.
Has anyone forced you or threatened you in any way to get you to waive that right to have a jury decide those two issues?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to waive that right to have a jury decide those two factors?
No.
Are you waiving those factors of your own free will?
Yes.
The court finds and do you in fact stipulate that this was a dangerous offense?
I do stipulate to that fact.
And you also stipulate that this particular crime would have involved did involve the use of a presence or use of an accomplice?
I will stipulate to that fact as well.
The court finds those to be knowingly, voluntarily, intelligently entered into stipulation. The court will find that those do exist as a legal determination. I'll order a pre-sentence report be prepared on both cases.
Can I waive a pre-sentence report and try to move up sentencing?
No, we're going to have one prepared. Let me ask the state, as far as the state's presentation and how many people might speak at sentencing, do you have an estimated time?
Your Honor, 1 second. Your Honor, because we are sentencing both cases together at the same time to be safe, if we could block off a couple hours, because there are obviously next of kin and victims from both cases. It
All
may
right.
be less than that, but I think to be safe, if we could do that.
All right, this courtroom is going to be taken over by Judge Myers in a week and a half, but he is out the whole week of July 28. So this courtroom would be vacant. We could use this courtroom.
Okay.
So I can do it pretty much any day that
1
week.
second. I think that does it have to be within 30 days?
Your Honor, is that more than 30 days? Doesn't it have to be within 30 days?
It is more than 30 days.
I said it's like trial, like you can object to the past 30 days, but they can find extra.
Yeah, I think because we do have people flying in, they would prefer a Friday. I don't know if August 1st.
I can also do it Friday, July 25th.
Just say it. 25th. I know that's close on a couple of their schedules. Let me just make sure they're able to fly here. Your Honor, the 25th of July would also work.
All right. Does the defendant want to be heard on a sentencing date?
Do I want to be heard?
On a sentencing date, yeah.
Do I want to speak on sentencing day?
No,
Is that what
I
you're
meant,
asking me?
Do you want to be heard on what
The
date?
timing?
Yeah, what date I should set this for?
Yes, I would like it to be within 30 days if possible.
All right. The soonest available is July 25th. I'll set it from 9 a.m. to noon, just to be safe, on July 25th in this same courtroom. Anything else?
Can you do anything about the timing of me being transported after that?
Actually, I would like the county attorney and or the sheriff's office. I don't know if I need to make specific orders on the record regarding transferring back to Idaho. I don't know what the interstate agreement was on having her transported here.
It was immediately after, but I think they have up to 30 days to pick me up. That's why I wanted the sentencing to be moved up, because they still have 30 days after that.
Okay.
If there's
so
something you can do about that.
I guess what I'm requesting from any party, either side or the sheriff's office, is what particular language people are looking for in order to accomplish that transfer.
I will reach out to our extraditions.
All right. All right. So we will be at recess. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, he's not here.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. This is the special sentencing proceeding that has been conducted last couple of days. The jury's been deliberating. The court is advised that the jury has reached a verdict on the special sentencing proceeding and the special verdict form. I'll note the state's present with the 4 prosecutors who've tried the case, Mr. Pryor and his client, Mr. Daybell, present as well. I'll also note there's a courtroom conduct order in effect. I'd appreciate everyone complying with that, as you all have throughout this trial. I will note on the record before we get to the verdict that we did have a jury question yesterday that the court answered, and I've provided the question and copies of the answer to counsel. In addition, a second question came in today. I did go on the record with that question and answer with counsel and the defendant present, returned that response to the jurors. They've now reached a verdict in the case, so the court is going to have the jurors brought in and have the verdict delivered for reading.
All right, please. Jury's all present. Count for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court understands you've reached a verdict on the special verdict form. Is that correct? All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please return the special verdict form to the court, I'll review that. Ladies and gentlemen, the verdict form is somewhat long and complicated. The court is going to take a moment to review the form. All right, the court's reviewed the special verdict form. I do find it's been properly filled out by the jury foreperson as well as correctly signed and dated. At this time, I am going to request, Madam Clerk, Ms. Holstein, if you would please read the special verdict form. If you'd like to remain seated or standing, it's a long form and will take some time to read, but however is most comfortable for you, Madam Clerk, you may go ahead and read the special verdict form into the record.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Fremont, State of Idaho Plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell Defendant, case number CR 22211623, Special Verdict. Part 1. We, the jury, render the following verdict on the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. 1. Has the jury unanimously, the state has proven reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. Yes. 2. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 3. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tamra, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 4. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 5. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 6. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? 7. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? By the murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life? Yes. 8. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society? Yes. If you answered no to each of the above questions, you do not need to answer any other questions. Simply have the presiding juror sign this verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. If you answered yes to any of the above questions, then please answer the questions in Part 2. Part 2. We, the jury, render the following verdict on the weighing of all mitigating circumstances against the statutory aggravating circumstances. You are to only answer the following questions for those statutory aggravating circumstances for which you answered yes in Part 1. 1. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 2. with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 3, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 4, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 5, with respect to
Did we lose the mic?
It's back. 5, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances.
We need a new mic. Okay, we're going to get a separate mic. Thank you.
I'll read 5 over.
Yes, start with 5 again. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
5. Okay. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 6, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 7, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that by the murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 8, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. We unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. Once you have completed part 2, please have the presiding juror sign this verdict form and notify the bailiff you are done. Dated this first day of June 2024 and signed by the presiding juror.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading through the verdict form. Ladies and gentlemen, the court will note that given the complexity of this special verdict form, just I think in fairness to all those in attendance, including in particular victims and the parties, the layman's explanation of this verdict is that the jury has made a finding that it would be appropriate to impose the death penalty as it relates to counts 1 through 6 in the amended indictment. And so pursuant to Idaho Code 192515, the court is directed that the defendant would be sentenced to death on those counts. The court will take up a concluding sentencing proceeding. I also have additional counts of insurance fraud. I've discussed with counsel moving forward in a consolidated hearing. The court's proposing that we do that this morning, waiving the right to a pre-sentence investigation report under Criminal Rule 32A. Before I get there, just let me ask at this time of the jurors, is this your true and correct verdict that's been rendered in this case? Very well. Does the state wish to have the jury pulled on the special verdict form?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense wish to have the jury pulled on this special verdict form?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Very well. As I mentioned, then that's the result of the verdict form. The court would then proceed with additional sentencing on those two counts, as well as the counts 1 through 6 determined now by the jury. Mr. Pryor, is the defense willing to move forward with a consolidated hearing on those counts this morning without a pre-sentence investigation report?
As previously indicated, Judge, yes, we are.
Okay. Is the state going to be ready to proceed with a sentencing on those issues as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Counsel, I do want to take a brief recess just to briefly prepare for that, given the verdict, and I will come back on the bench. It really won't take long. I would suggest that a 30-minute recess will come back on the record. The court will conclude with that sentencing hearing. So if everybody could be back here by 10 after, we'll have the jury return one last time to the jury room to wait for that final sentencing hearing. We'll conduct that in the presence of the jurors also, and then I'll have concluding instructions for the jurors. So we will be in recess for 30 minutes. We'll come back for that final stage of the proceeding. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I never seen this, so.
All right, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, concluding the special sentencing hearing that's being conducted where the court intends to sentence the defendant on the counts in the amended indictment, including the insurance fraud counts. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please have the jurors brought in.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Jury's off, President Counterfort, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, continuing the special sentencing proceeding. The jury has returned its special verdict. The court would note that pursuant to Idaho Code 18-4004, which is the punishment for murder statute in Idaho, that crime in murder of the first degree can be punished by death. And under Idaho Code 192515 subsection 7A, that states that if the jury finds that a statutory aggravating circumstance exists and no mitigating circumstances exist, which would make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, the defendant will be sentenced to death by the court. The court's reviewed the findings of the jurors in the special verdict form. They've taken their time through these deliberations to return that verdict. And so the court will proceed with sentencing first on counts 1 through 6. And again, this is an unusual hearing because the sentencing hearing's already been taking place. We've heard from the victims through impact statements and arguments from counsel. That's already taken place. In addition, a pre-sentence investigation report is not to be ordered in these hearings, so the court does not reference that. The court then orders as follows, and this will be contained in the court's judgment at the conclusion of the case. As to count 1, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the murder of Tylee Ryan, upon the jury's finding of guilty and the return of the special verdict form, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count 1, the defendant is sentenced to death. On count 2, the first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count 2, sentences the defendant to death. On count 3, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the murder of J.J. Vallow, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count 3, sentences the defendant to death. On count 4, first-degree murder of J.J. Vallow, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count 4, sentences the defendant to death. On count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, the jury, having found beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, the court, therefore, on count 5, sentences the defendant to death. On count 6, the first-degree murder charge, the murder of Tammy Daybell, the jury, having found beyond a reasonable doubt and returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, the court, therefore, on count 6, sentences the defendant to death. The court's next going to take up counts 7 and 9 on the insurance fraud counts. Before I do that, from the state, are there any questions regarding the court's judgment as it relates to counts 1 through 6?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, moving on to insurance fraud, then the court will note that I am required to go through a sentencing proceeding on this. These are separate counts that have not been determined in the special verdict form by the jurors. Some brief procedural history. Mr. Daybell was charged by amended indictment with counts 7 and 9 insurance fraud under Idaho Code 41293, which is a felony. Mr. Daybell pled not guilty to those counts on June 9th, 2021. Thereafter, this trial was held, and as part of the findings of the jury in their verdict, they did find the defendant guilty of both of those counts. The court has considered, in lieu of a pre-sentence investigation report, the information that I've heard throughout this trial. I also heard information regarding these charges in the previous trial held last year against co-defendant Lori Vallow. I've also heard information received during the special sentencing proceeding relating to those counts as well, and have considered that information in lieu of a pre-sentence investigation report. And I'll also note the defendant waived the pre-sentence investigation report and is permitted to do that, and the court can allow that under Criminal Rule 32A. At this time then, before I move forward with the sentencing on counts 7 and 9, I will inquire of the state, is the state wishing to make any sentencing recommendation as it relates to count 7 or 9?
And Your Honor, just for clarification, were the insurance frauds count 8 and 9?
As listed in the amended indictment, they are listed as count 7 and count 9.
Okay. Thank you. Co-counsel just clarified for me on that. Your Honor, the state is prepared to make a statement. First, I would indicate for the record that in relation to the sentencing hearing, the sentencing portion handled yesterday, the state did make our best attempts to reach out to all statutory victims to allow them the opportunity to be heard by the court. And those that the court heard from yesterday were the ones that had wished to make impact statements. While not directly related to the insurance fraud, I did just want to make a clear record of that. In relation to the insurance fraud charges, in light of the sentence that has been imposed by this court and by the recommendation of the jury in relation to the other charges, the state would indicate we think that the victim statements covered everything the state could say. While the insurance charges again are attenuated to it, we've lost 3 individuals that the state can do nothing to bring them back. And so the best we can do is move forward in seeking justice on their behalves. In relation to the insurance counts themselves, given the sentences, we would recommend this court impose jail time and have that, or prison time, impose a sentence and run it concurrent with the imposition of the other sentence by this court. I believe they carry up to 15 years in prison. We'd recommend they run concurrent with each other and with the imposition of death in this case. We would also recommend restitution in the amount of $130,000 to LifeMap and $300,000 to Primerica. As part of that, we would also recommend a waiver of any fines or court costs in this matter in order to allow restitution to be paid if any money is available to go towards that.
All right, thank you for the state's sentencing recommendations. Mr. Pryor, does the defense wish to make sentencing recommendations as to, I'll do them collectively, counts 7 and 9, the insurance fraud counts?
No, Judge, there's nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there any objection to the requested restitution amounts of $130,000 and $300,000?
Judge, we may need to set that out at this point, but I'll let the court know if that changes.
All right, I'll permit 30 days for the scheduling of a contested hearing on restitution. If that becomes an issue, we could conduct that hearing most likely remotely on a Zoom hearing if it becomes an issue. At this time, I will ask, because I need to on these counts, before I impose any sentence, Mr. Daybell, you do have the right of allocution, which permits you to make a statement on your own behalf in any mitigation of these offenses. Is there any statement you would like to make before I proceed with sentencing on those counts?
No.
Very well. The court then, having considered the information previously referenced, finds that pursuant to Idaho Code 41293, which under subsection 4 indicates a penalty of up to 15 years of prison. On each of those 2 counts, the court is going to impose a prison sentence of 15 years. So a 15-year sentence will be imposed on count 7. The court will take under advisement the issue of restitution requested by the state. The court will not impose any fines. The court also will impose a 15-year prison sentence on count 9. Also pursuant to the same statute, take under advisement the issue of restitution. The court will note in imposing these prison sentences that I have reviewed Idaho Code 192521, which requires me to go through certain criteria about the imposition of a prison sentence versus a possibility of parole or a lesser sentence. And I would note that the rationale for the prison sentences is that these are intertwined with the murder charges for which the death penalty has been imposed on those counts. And when the court looks at the sentencing factors under 1925-21, I would note in mitigation that Mr. Daybell has been incarcerated an extensively long time in local jail and has a previous law-abiding history, and I have considered that. I've also considered that he's always conducted himself respectfully, from what I've heard from all of the jailers that have ever interacted with him over the years that he's been incarcerated for these charges. However, the court finds under Idaho Code 2521 also that any lesser sentence would depreciate the seriousness of these offenses because this life insurance was obtained based on the murders of individuals and procuring life insurance payouts unlawfully. And because of that, it's the most serious offense, that circumstance that could lead to that. In addition, imprisonment will provide an appropriate punishment and deterrent for the defendant and others, and will also be a deterrent for the community as well. So the court having then concluded with the sentencing on that, I will not order any fines because the defendant's previously been deemed indigent and has received the death penalty on these murder counts, and find it would be futile to have an order of fines in the case. So with those remarks, then the court typically would address the defendant further, but in the special sentencing proceeding, the victim impact statements and the evidence has already demonstrated on the record, I think, the seriousness of what's occurred, and I don't find any reason to further delve into the court's rationale other than what was listed in the statute. So unless there's anything further, that will conclude the sentencing, but I will address the post-conviction issues that need to be addressed at this time. Does the state have anything further then on the sentence and count 7 and count 9?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Daybell, in this case, given the sentence that was imposed in counts 1 through 6, there's a special appellate and post-conviction procedure for capital cases, and an automatic stay may be in effect. There's a statute that's Idaho Code 192719 that sets out certain deadlines. I am providing you and counsel with a courtesy copy of that statute, but I will note a few of the deadlines that are listed in there. Under subsection 1, when the punishment of death is imposed, the time for filing an appeal shall begin to run when the death warrant is filed. Number 2, the death warrant shall not be filed until 42 days after the judgment imposing the death sentence has been filed. Number 3, within 42 days of the filing of the judgment imposing the punishment of death, The defendant must file any legal or factual challenges to the sentence of conviction. There's other important and critical deadlines that are contained within that statute, and I am going to provide a copy of that to Mr. Pryor to ensure that the defense is well advised of those post-conviction rights that would apply in this special proceeding. I'll also note that there's an additional rule, Idaho criminal rule. If you'll give me a moment, I think it's 44.2. Criminal Rule 44.2, and that's the mandatory appointment of counsel for post-conviction review after imposition of the death penalty. That rule is also applicable in your case, and a copy of the rule itself is going to be provided to you and counsel to ensure that you're well aware of any post-conviction rights you may have. With that, then, the court is going to conclude the special sentencing proceeding. Is there anything further I need to take up from the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your abiding by the court's courtroom conduct order. We'll be in recess.
Ooh, they gave that ass the death penalty. They gave that ass the death penalty, honey. Woo! I don't even know how. Ooh, child. How I feel to hear some shit like that. Anyway, y'all, baby, I'm sleeping. This day stuff is kicking me. Y'all know I used to be able to stay. Yo, I can't. I done dozed off. I done done every damn thing. So I had to take our cat out of mine. But maybe we'll get to it. But I wanted to read over that. That lawsuit for furlough, and I think he said got it. 13 other artists on this shit. Yeah. Something else was put in. I can't keep up with all this. But anyway, as per always, hey, oh Lord, make sure you do something for yourself, someone else. Make the day a good day, tomorrow a better day. I am out of here. Y'all be safe. Happy Father's Day. Belated. Peace out.